Okay, but maybe I just need to go now.
Yeah. So TiE.org, you know, right?
With DITTY
Right, yes.
at TiE.org.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nope.
Hello all, we did on an aircast.
Or maybe did you go to my programs? This is my
Yeah, I think from inbox you should get an invite, right? No, if you go to Google Plus. Put your Google Plus account.
On my Google account.
Yeah.
Did you find TiESV ESV class 1?
It's on my TiE connections. But maybe I've not added TiESV. I need to.
No, I think
No, if you go to Hangouts, you'll see a message there.
That's what I was. Yeah,
Go to your Hangouts and you'll see a message on the right hand side. See, I got this new conversation here.
Yeah.
So click on the new conversation. So if you go to your Google Plus, you'll see conversation, you click on that.
Oh, it says start search for people. So should I search for Raj here or TiESV or who?
No, you'll see automatically. It should be the very first one.
TiESV right here. Yeah.
Are you in your Google Plus Hangout? Go to Hangouts.
this is Hangout, yeah.
Hi there. That is I called him a message.
No. That's not a Google Plus, is it? There should be Google Plus on the left hand side. See this Google Plus? Go to plus.google.com.
Okay, there it is. Plus.google.com, yes, we are. And now?
Did she sign in?
She is signed in, yes.
And then there should be events.
Am I something like Dictionary TiE or Dictionary program that
Title.
perfect.
Okay. And then you say programs? Go to home. Go to Hangouts, right? Go to Hangouts.
Or go to events.
Events. Plan your event. No, create an event or plan an event. Oh, what is it? You don't see her event here. You invited her.
So this is only for the 5 or 6 people
That got the invite, Hangout invite.
So should we connect with one of them to see their
Look to the front.
Vanessa?
Oh. What happened to your volunteer?
She's not here this week. She went to India. You know, right? Oh, we didn't want volunteers for this week, so
No, no, the first Lewis part-time.
somebody died in her family and she had to go to India. So it's like,
You have do anything else? Not just for this sake of it.
mm, how come you didn't teach them now? So how did you end up coming here and helping out with that group that you have?
Well, remember Chitin and I were supposed to meet you guys.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And Raj and I knew Raj for a very long time. We had not seen each other for many years. So Raj said, why don't you come and go over I got together. So, I said, okay, fine.
These are the 5 people. You invited. Sir?
Oh, that's Sanjeev. Also, you have to
So I think
Oh,
we
you
can
did
accept.
accept. This
Yeah. Still growing the video. Oh, fine.
is true.
So I think I got the go-to.
Use your camera and microphone? No, we don't want to use our camera. It's a big block. And you can access your camera. Okay, fine. Then what? Now I want to use that. He has not started here? Or has he? Has he already started? He didn't start. Yeah, good. Small.
No, I usually, unless I use microphone because I want to say come out and let me get to me.
Raj, have you started the casting?
Yes, right.
Right?
Everything is good.
So see here, Raj.
I already got the invite myself, so
We see the other 5 people,
what do you mean you see the other person?
meaning we see that there are 5 other invitees.
That you have invited.
Yeah, so you should have invited me.
Yeah.
So
Now click here to join the
Yeah.
video call, right?
When
Yes.
we do that, the
When
window
we do
opens
that, we don't see anything.
up, we just see this.
How can I check your camera? So you just go to
Do we have to give them access to camera to see yours? You can do just do this.
And then you'll be able to see
Oh, no,
us.
no, sorry.
Deepti, how many people from outside are joining?
No, that's it.
5. Global 5.
From where?
I feel like they get real
From
challenge.
Chandigarh, one is from San Diego or Southern California somewhere,
Yeah.
and one from
So this we are very clear, right?
You okay?
Actually, I think they're still not communicating well enough. So there should be love. But I think
The big day.
You are about to
Huh? That's great.
So,
So these are all family members?
two charter members we have.
all right.
You know, historically what has happened is, Cross-chapters.
Did it?
Right, we got
We got
a
the
mic.
audio.
And
I see that across this thing is also very poor. Huh?
So true. And I think some of the other bits you forget with this.
Now everything is right. Let's keep it this way. So I can monitor how he's doing, and if there's something going wrong,
Perfect.
and I'll just sit back
So
here.
you can use it.
Yeah, I'll just sit back here.
Go grab something to eat and
Yeah.
watch out. Don't go this way. Go
Some
that
of the other bits.
You already sent an email, right? I sent an email to the president and PDs.
Yeah, there was an email that was sent out. Bridget or you, right?
No, it's went in my name.
Okay.
So, yeah, they all got it. All the presidents and PDs got it. And some of them look like they distributed it further, and others didn't.
Obviously, Chandigarh did because schools here in Chandigarh.
The guy signed up because this guy from Archil let them know about it. I was telling him that
Some personal endorsement needs to be done.
Yeah. Yeah.
The official communication system is not good.
and the Southern California guy signed up.
No, there is information overload, right?
What is the service?
The SoCal person communication.
Talking about a pay.
I don't know. I don't know. I think we should go and look because that's the next step I have to see whether it's paid.
Even if it's not, I think it's a good way. Is this something, right? The way you are setting it up, is this something that can be standardized?
But next week it will be a little more. Anybody can do it. I can do it because I've done so many because I've got settings. But I'm happy to tune it up. Mahal is setting up the camera and everything so that because this way, like the camera, you turn on these lights, screen. So that's why we're getting those two TVs. Not a projector. So by next week, Mahal City is going to
What we're doing is, we'll get completely revamp this place. We'll spend 40, 50 thousand completely revamp this place, have a regular auditorium.
So,
Is there now?
yeah, it's
Good.
on.
And your camera is here?
You can see this camera, and you just moved in. You can see that, and we can see the presentation, but we can't see the presentation that sharp.
There's too much light there.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we switched off these two lights.
There you are. Good thing.
Oh my goodness.
Go ahead and
Yeah.
turn on your camera and talk. There you are. Go ahead and
Yes.
speak.
Say something.
There you are. How are you?
How are you?
hey, Raj.
Good. Huh?
How are you, Raj? There you go. Perfect.
Now,
We're connected fully. Yeah.
get the Q&A in real time.
Real time. Absolutely.
Fantastic.
And
I'll
there's
just
No
no
lag.
lag either. Yeah. Maybe because we are on the.
No. I can get it from Nagpur in real time. So you can see that these 5 hangout people, if they log on at the right time, they can all be in real time.
have they logged off? Not yet. Raj, you will introduce yourself or should I ask him? I'll go ask him. Typically what we do is when we introduce use and I also use our programs. Do you want us to do that and Python and stuff like that for a few minutes to do it? Or just that's exactly our purpose. And it will be good if people know this before we Let me get one for you. You don't need to wear it, but just to let people know you, that's the only reason.
If you don't mind, give me a bag. Or just send me a bottle of yourself. Something that you
I have a small consulting that I help you teaching the writing skills like that, design the next solution data services. And so right now, we started a brand called Canada. And the students which want to on the site, on the final. Using Valley, 22 years old. Work for I'm not a child. So I'm going to plan to this is a Valley for 2 years. Work for ABC spread. No. Many startups recently did the assignment for a company called TiESV. So a lot of tech experience. Mobile technology is my specialty. And how many people? 40 yeah. And so build a team of 40 people, yeah, 7 people. And then that's why our one of our very early customers, he was interested in expanding his operation in India. We ended up buying this. So probably had a huge acceptance in Israel.
So today we're doing
I had one co-founder. What happened? Canada was my own dream job. Found the company subsidiary. That's why it was called Ziming. That's a few years back. And I went and found it. This one subsidiary is what actually is to stage to sell.
So how long have you been
Since 2004. And two. Then my consulting arm has been transferred and then last since 2011 performance. Without This is here's the actual part. I really see. Maybe also put all the other matters, get irrigation, everything. 2 years we water the time, bring the plants to the second week, it's called second week. Because I can keep on like one other that's 50. Thousand. Not black. I always go dig. State water? We always rely on what we call canal water. If they are for 15 years what they
So the data is there. Then they don't know what to do.
Like body based on this person and not something else, right? What the MRI is sending, and then you say there is that
It's the kind of that looks like this. It's a certain something, but it may not be.
But you have to nature is always Hi,
Hi.
how are you?
Good, good. I'm Shweta. I took you on Friday.
Oh,
Hi.
good to
I'm
associate
Shweta.
I'm Sanjeev.
Sanjeev, nice to meet you.
Facebook friend with a real face.
Real face,
A
right?
real person.
Start with me introducing you, if that's okay. Yeah. I'll just do it. I just wrote up something somewhere. I don't want you to add something. And then I'll just tell them a little bit about our time movements. Because I asked you to 7 o'clock.
How are you, Kumar? Good to see you again. Hi. I should go.
So you're coming to all the classes?
I don't know. Yeah.
I received according to their class. Yeah, I'm 65. So I will take it.
Nice to see you.
Jay. We're in the same class. Okay.
I will tell you that.
Oh. Close to That's very cool. Yes. That's so funny. We're going to be seeing each other Tuesday and Wednesday. Right. Take the one night course. Was it really No. Yes.
That's another.
Exactly. Where's your dress?
So this
So when you flip the slide, do you want me to really inform people slide 7, 8 like that on the chat?
Good idea.
Yeah?
Let's do that.
Sanjeev what? TiESV. Oh,
Here.
okay. So we have this. So here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This here. Those 6 hours?
I mean, we're not lying on something.
Are they bigger than us?
The video that's a lot transfer here at 10 p.m. invite. People can go invite. You need to go to your Google Plus account to log in. And you can live on the channel. Okay? So
Yes, yes. Looking forward to tomorrow. But I could keep that too. So that should be so do you have any different yes. Productions that is easy to
Oh, good, good. Oh, boys and
I'll grab some.
That's your water here.
Oh, thank you.
Were you there in the description? So please like for
Very common.
celebrating. They have a very good speaker going on to one of the subjects. I was wondering if I had a session with and he was here he spoke about these are
How are you, man? It's been a long time. Good to see you too.
How's the family?
Doing well?
It's all grown up.
Good, huh? I know. What about you?
One more Saga, right?
Sagar. Savan.
Savan.
Sagar is now 17.
Oh my god.
Savan is 15.
Ready to go to college
Ready to go to college next year?
next year.
Yeah.
The next fall.
Next fall. That's right. You two daughters, right?
Yeah, they're both in college.
Oh, college.
One is halfway and the other one just started.
Where about?
The older one is in UC Davis. East Coast, West Coast.
Oh, okay. That's a little far.
Where she wanted to be.
Yeah, okay. And how's your wife?
Oh, she's doing good.
She's doing good, yeah. And do you guys still keep in touch with the city and all that?
I don't even know where they are. All I know is they're in LA.
Now in
Somewhere.
Southern California, yeah. That's right, yeah.
That's all I know.
What about your singing?
That goes on.
Goes on?
Yeah, that's more regular than anything else.
Anything else? Great to see you.
Back for you.
Great. Great, yeah.
I know you have your own.
Introduce myself. I'm
Yeah,
Rita.
Oh, hi Rita, how are you?
I'm good. Nice to meet you. I have to
See you.
I have to tell you, I went on your website and your family was just so full of love and laughter. It was really sweet. Yeah. Oh, well, I have 3 sons, so I know exactly how that goes. Well, I'm usually the one that gets made fun of, so
Talk to you soon,
it
man.
was
Definitely.
very sweet to see that. I just mentioned, I was talking about my business to her, and she said, I guess there's someone else that you.
Yeah. Last year we had another student that did something a
Right.
year ago.
That's what.
Now she's got a company going.
Well, no, I think it's different because I think she's doing something similar, but hers is consignment, where mine is more like eBay, where you can post it yourself. You can do it your. So really, and then later, I'd rather not be hands-on. I'd rather let people, do it themselves.
Yeah, then you just create the platform.
Correct, and then I have a big impact component too. As that, I have lots of papers. I'm excited to see what you. Entrepreneur, I think we're doing.
You're in the right name for that, right? The world's biggest entrepreneur mix of valuation.
That's what I really love. I think I live vicariously. That's maybe else fun entrepreneurship story.
Yeah, yeah. You know, when it sounds very fun, it's, when you're going through it, it's excruciating.
It is. There's ups and downs, and hanging in there, the commitment, being able to see through the vision, and
Everybody around you calling you
crazy. That's the thing doing a PhD, right?
compensation. And then there's a term sheet of so
You don't know what's going to happen. It's all unknown. So
Yeah,
that's what you do when you invite someone, right?
that's one. And then term sheet of competition of
So now you teach entrepreneurship 101 and 200, right? I think it's a great idea. We always have a lot of Invisalign Institute classes. So we need to really expand that.
yeah. Yeah. Very well, no. You know, there is more academic experience. Like, you know, my son was looking at all Babson College. Whatever it is. He's not in Boston. This entrepreneurship program. He's always been starting a business. He's already done that once. That's very academic oriented.
But this is case studies and real life stories, so that's really
Raj, you have emailed them your presentation, right? So they have the actual that is what they know.
Yeah.
It's a crazy day for us. Many people. At one point, we're like, oh my god. And also, we didn't know about the crowd management. Most of them accommodate us. We didn't anticipate so much. Showed up that we were not registered. Very hard to say. And was the prime minister there? Yeah. Maybe that's what But the panels in the morning were also very exciting. Really amazing.
So I didn't see a valuation option. You were looking at grams. Yeah, I know. Yeah. This one.
One, yeah, he's 20 now. Yeah. No, he's he's 20, senior at Stanford. He'll be graduating next year. So he's computer science and math. Opposite ends of the but he loves, he's very good at biology, so he could have done anything. But I think he's one of those kind of like me, I think. We really don't know what is it that we want to do. I have too many different interests, he has too many different interests. We can do math, we can decide, we can do geography, we can do linguistics, we can do biology, we can do, yeah. Or universe, I don't know which one. So we were both listening, I was listening to something and it was talking about this woman who didn't have a clue of what she was going to do in her life because she's so good at this and she's so good at this and anything she picked up she would be good at it. So then she figured out that she's really this multi-potentialist. So then I think you are like that too. Wow, I think you are like that. So we have too many different interests, but we don't know which one to focus on. Yeah, getting to know so much. Learning continuously. What about you? You have one, you said? Wow, so this is the senior year? Applications are due.
So tonight, just want to take a day out.
Oh, it's a holiday.
They don't need to be part of your college thing yet. So we'll catch them tomorrow and I'll be here. Although every evening, in November month, right?
Yeah.
Every evening is live.
So what's next? Let me grab everything from outside because we only 4 minutes remaining. So guys, we'll start soon. So I hope
You guys have your own
I'm up and running. I've got a digital provider product up, freebranding.com. It helps diners find restaurants. So we'll see how it goes. It's a fairly good idea. See if it sells. No, I've bootstrapped so far, just myself. I've got a developer, a designer on board, editor on board. We launched in San Francisco, New York, Palm Springs, Lake Tahoe, wine country, San Francisco. Not Boston, I didn't. Okay. That's what I got through coaching today that I really should go out and start raising money. I was waiting until I got more business money. Yeah, and it's like this chicken and egg. And if you wait, you get better business metrics, you'll get better valuation. On the other hand, the money is you know like you are. Get the money now while it's relatively available. So it's a tough decision. I'm in your rush.
We'll be starting soon.
You know what? I think I should do that over here. And you.
Stand here.
Do you see anybody else logging in?
7 o'clock.
Oh, there are
We're
6
going to get
viewers.
started now.
There are 6 views. But they're not going into a hangout, that's the problem. They should go to a hangout.
Welcome everyone. Welcome to Programs at TiE. I am the program manager at TiE. My name is Dipti Desai, and it's my honor and privilege to introduce Raj Jaswal to you. Many of you might already know him. But before I do that, and before he gets started with this class, I just wanted to, kind of familiarize you with some of the things that we do at TiE. So, how many of you are members at TiE? Oh, quite a lot. So great. Welcome back. And I know we had some guests that have signed up for this class. So which ones of you are guests at TiE? No one? Everyone here is a member? Maybe they're the ones that are online. So good. So then you probably know a lot of things that we do at TiE. Are you familiar? Do you come often to our programs over here? Yeah. So we do a lot of different kinds of programs at TiE, and our biggest program every year is TiECon that happens in May. Have many of you attended TiECon in the past? Yeah? How many? Show of hands. Oh, great. I think it's a great entrepreneurial conference, and after listening to what Raj Jaswal has to say about entrepreneurship, I'm hoping that all of you will join us next year at TiECon 2016. We've already started planning for TiECon 2016, and we're meeting every week to bring you great content, great speakers, and many people from all over the world. So hope you enjoy that. In addition to that, we also have My Story. Our next My Story event is going to be next week, next Tuesday. We've got Oren Hoffman speaking then at InnoSpring. We're also going to be bringing in some more institute classes like design classes, product design classes that will be coming up in January. And in addition to Raj Jaswal's class, we also have Naeem Zafar's class for our TiE institutes. Okay, so great. I'm glad that you're enjoying and participating in many of these programs that we have. We do have a new initiative that we've started this year, and that's a hackathon. We are doing a hackathon in January. It's going to be a 3-week-long hackathon. It's a global hackathon, which is quite different than what you see happening locally, where we have beer and pizza and people solving a problem over a weekend. This will be more like at the enterprise level solutions that will be created, and in the areas of either parking management, waste management, and water management. So if you're interested, if your corporation is participating in hackathon, we would love to have them develop solutions in these areas. So please connect with me at the end of this class, and I can forward you the information about the hackathon. In addition, we're also starting new 6 special interest groups, one of which is in healthcare. and another one is youth. We have these youth entrepreneurs that I think they will be setting up workshops similar to the institute classes over here for youth who are interested in starting out or becoming an entrepreneur. So if you have children, or if you know people who are in the high school or college and want to participate in those, we will be having a program for them too. So I know you're not here to listen to us about our programs, but let me tell you, how many of you know Raj Jaswal? Oh, did you all take the Entrepreneurship 101 class? Many of you? How many? Oh, cool. So you're all repeat, not offenders, but the repeat students. So that's great. I think he really did a fantastic job. I had the opportunity of listening onto the last lecture where many of you all presented, and I was impressed. I think there could have been some companies that could have started, and I'm sure did get started from the end of that class. So for those who don't know him, which I think is just probably a few, he's an accomplished serial entrepreneur with many experiences under his belt. He's an entrepreneur, he's a mentor, an educator, and he has diverse skill sets, as you will see as you get to know him more. So we are very lucky that he is part of our ecosystem and that he is the TiE Institute speaker, where he teaches not only Entrepreneurship 101, but the more advanced class, which is what you're all part of, Entrepreneurship 201 too. Raj has been with us for many years. He's been president of TiE from 2005 to 2008. We had the privilege of having him as our president, and under him, TiE went to new heights. And also prior to that, he was the executive director at TiE, 2003 and 2004. So he's had a lot of experience not only running TiE, but also being part of TiE as an educator, as a mentor, and as an institute teacher. So TiE, as you know, is a nonprofit organization, and today he continues to be part of TiE's global board of trustees. But before TiE, he was co-founder, chairman, and CEO of Selectica, and from 1996 to 2002. And a lot of his case studies that he talks about comes from his experiences over there. So during his tenure at Selectica, Selectica became the leading configuration software vendor with global customers like General Electric, BMW, Cisco, Samsung, Dell, the big corporations that we have today. This company went public in 2000 with a peak market value of $5 billion. I hope you cashed out on all the stock then. It was named Forbes 500, Deloitte and Touche Technology Fast 500, Software 500, Inc. 500, and Interactive Week 500. So that was pretty great feat. Congratulations, Raj. Previous to that, he co-founded Opti in 1988. Doesn't look that old, but he's been in the business for really long. And you know how he keeps young? He swims with the sharks. So I don't mean the human kind. I mean the finned kind. Yeah. So he served as EVP of Sales and Marketing and President of Opti until 1996. And during his tenure, Opti also became the world's largest supplier of chipsets for personal computers, powering the PCs that were made by IBM, Hewlett-Packard, Dell, and Compaq. Opti went public in 1993 and also had a peak market value of $350 million. Before that, yes, there was a before, he worked for Intel, General Electric, Chips and Technologies, and he is IIT alum. He received his bachelor's in electrical engineering from IIT Bombay. Yay, go Bombay. Did you guys go to IITB, IIT event? Many alums here from Bombay. They always do the best cultural program, that much I do know. But I'm sure that, yeah, the Diwali Dhamaka. And he had his master's in electrical engineering from the University of Toronto and an MBA from Stetson University. So, and he has a lot more that he will talk about, but welcome Raj. Thank you very much for giving your time to these amazing entrepreneurs.
Thank you. Best introduction I have. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, I think we are going to have a great time. Seeing all these repeat old faces. That's awesome. But so what we'll do today is we'll do a quick review of the class we did in June and July, so that we are all on the uh, same understanding of what entrepreneurship is, and what the foundation of a successful startup is. But really, this course is about going ahead and then building your company. So, the assumption is that you've got a good business model, you've got, a business plan that, kind of works, and, now we're beginning to build your company. And building a startup is extremely important because, that's where the real value is gotten. Just give you a little story, like, most founders in this valley, get replaced after a couple of years. Once the product technology development, once the market validation, everything is done, the investors come in and say, now we need somebody who can build the company. So somebody who's got CEO experience, somebody who's got, the ability to, hire a team of experts and motivate them and create a company culture and get customers and, do sales and manage manufacturing and production and take care of the cash and be ethical and handle legal situations. And so they say that these are skills that an entrepreneur typically would not have. And so we need to get somebody who's done it. But you make a few mistakes in any of these steps, as we see, can have a big consequences to the success of your own startup. And it's quite normal and common in this valley in particular, because it's such a fast-moving valley that there is no time for mistakes and no time to learn from mistakes. And as a consequence, they just bring in somebody and they bump up the founders to chairman position or kind of CTO position or advisor position or whatever. And so I remember, like, I'd gone during my IPO process, I'd gone and gone to New York City, and I was talking to, all the fund managers like State Street and Fidelity and all that. And they were saying, so when did you join Selectica? And I said, I've been there from when we were 2 people to right now when we are 800 people. And he was shocked. He said that, he's never seen, entrepreneurs scale up with the company and, grow it, and keep changing the personality and the behavior of the CEO or the president has to keep evolving as the company keeps evolving, right? And, to be, because, the job that you do as when you're starting the company is very different than what you are when you're taking, going and running a public company. You're in front, I mean, to go in front of CNN, CNBC, or Wall Street Journal, where one word you say that is, got the wrong body language or the wrong energy or the wrong, and it has huge impact on the stock and, or all kinds of people start getting very upset if you just don't get it right. And, so all kinds of things start happening, and entrepreneurs essentially uh, have to essentially hand over their whole company to a professional CEO, right? And I can tell you that having kind of been through the whole thing, that you to run your own company when it's successful and public and or growing or whatever, it's the best. It's the best feeling. And it's awesome when you can do it. And but very, very, very few people do it. So this course is all about you scaling up. It's all about you. It's all about you scaling up. The company will scale up. but it's whether you will scale with the company. What is it? How are you going to scale when you get your first customer, then you get your 10th customer, then you hire salespeople who start getting customers for you. How do you go ahead and handle legal situations that your company are getting? How do you handle things inside the company, the cultural things and the other things that happen in the company? So all kinds of situations that you're going to run into as an entrepreneur, as your company scales up. Uh, we want you to know how to handle it and how to basically execute, as well as somebody else. Because I personally think this is all teachable. This is all something that you can learn, and you don't need to have an MBA. Almost all of this is kind of general knowledge, but it's more personal growth. I think it's more personal growth rather than in terms of EQ, emotional quotient, emotional intelligence, all of those things. And we're going to see, how when we go in each of these areas, marketing, selling, negotiating, legal situations, team building, interpersonal issues, customer care, uh, you know, we bring in other entrepreneurs and see how they ran into these situations and how they handled it. I share a lot of my experiences, and then we also see, what the books say about it, what the professionals say about it, right? Okay, so the first thing we want to do is kind of get our vocabulary right in terms of what this entrepreneurship is all about, and that should eliminate a lot of confusion. And now we've got about, I think, 4 or 5 viewers who are abroad, globally. Uh, and so we're streaming live. It's on YouTube on live, but YouTube on air. And the benefit of that is that this entire class is now captured on YouTube. So this entire class will be on my YouTube channel. So I just showed you. So if you just search for Raj Jasper, you'll see that I've got a entrepreneurship channel, and there's probably at least uh, what 30 plus. So probably more like about 40 or 50 videos from all the different classes that we've done here over the last 3 sessions, and also the classes that I teach at Bombay, I remember in the VNIT in Nagpur. And so all the classes are there from different courses. There are all kinds of very interesting entrepreneurs who will come and share their stories and their learnings. And it's great because, I had a phenomenal education entrepreneur. Somebody who started schools, a woman who started schools in Ahmedabad. So that was a passion. And now she's, in 15 years now, she's scaled up to almost 16 schools, and she's got 10,000 students that she teaches, that her schools teach every day. And I think she's an incredibly financially successful, besides achieving her passion of teaching uh, girls, because her parents did not want her to study beyond 10th standard because they said you're a girl. You study more than 10th standard, who's going to marry you? It's a Mauritius, so so she said that I'm going to go and see that girls have full opportunity to get educated as much as they want. And so that's how she started her thing. So she's captured in one of the videos there, Pooja Shroff from Ahmedabad. And but there are all kinds of entrepreneurs from the valley, from India, from Mumbai, who have come and shared their stories with the class. And I think when you have some time, you should go through it. You should also, if you miss anything, you also have ability to go back, because this entire class will pop up on this channel. You can see that, the very first one that is being, the very first one is going to be right here. Okay. The previous test ones are there, which I'll delete. But, this particular class will be there, right? So just go to YouTube, search for our Jasper channel, go to the entrepreneurship section, and you'll be able to find it. The other thing is that this entire class, all 6 weeks of it, will be available through this EdCast platform. And EdCast platform is something that is based on the EDX platform that MIT came up with, and was licensed by Carl Mehta, Carl Mehta's company. Carl Mehta is a guy entrepreneur, and he's done some exciting stuff. And this is his latest startup, and he does a lot of interesting things during Pierre Moji's visit here. He ran some code for media competitions at Google and so on, and maybe there. Anyway, so this is his platform, and it's an excellent platform. It allows me to really teach a lot of content and make it all available through all the kinds of multimedia activities. So videos, all kinds of presentations, everything is there on this portal, right? Including your homeworks, your assignments, your projects, everything is right here. So I've got a continuous record of, I would say even probably 100 plus student projects that have been done. So all kinds of interesting stuff is on the portal, and you should get familiar with it. So let me quickly walk you through it. So I'm assuming that most of you got the invite. Did everybody? Who did not get the invite? Who did not get the invite? Okay, so you need to get to Dipti your email address, because if she did not send it to me by yesterday, then it would have gone out to you. So you need to get your email. If you have not got the invite, you need to get it to Dipti so that we can then go ahead and send it. Basically, I can look through the status. Okay, I'll look through but all the courseware is right here. So if I go to actually okay, so on the left hand side you'll see that all the weeks are there. And if I So on the left hand side, we've got week 1, and we're going to cover all this material in week 1. Then we've got week 2, which is going to be on marketing, PR, branding, global marketing. Week 3 will be selling skills and sales strategy development. Week 4 will be customer care before, during, and after a sale. Number 5 will be negotiating, VCDs, sales deals, and business deals. Number 6 will be, presentation skills and building a board of directors and more corporate stuff. Okay, so in 6 weeks, pretty much a lot of the important things that an entrepreneur needs to be aware of should be there. And if you go to week 1, click on this one, you'll see that we are coming up with all these choices. So if you click on the first one, it'll tell you everything about the course that we're doing. And in this course, it gives me a chance to share with all of you kind of my key books that have shaped me, that have given me a lot of skills to build my personal capabilities, how to, compete, how to negotiate with people, how to build long-term relationships with people, how to improve my own personal discipline, how to become the best that I can be how to think smarter than everybody else, or smarter than be like think like a strategist, think in different ways. So these are all the key books that uh, are very important for me, and I've just shared it so that over time, with Kindle or whatever, you can also go ahead and read these when you have the time. And one of the students when I was at Peter, um, what's his name? Okay. Uh, so the Webvan founder, Peter Whalen. So he was one of my, case studies for one of my classes in IIT Gandhinagar. And the students asked him, like, how do you really become good at this entrepreneurship business? So he said, he gave a very interesting answer, which was that, we are lucky these days that some of the world's greatest entrepreneurs have, have lived among us, and their books, their biographies and autobiographies have been written. And you have a chance to understand exactly their journey by just reading the biographies. So his viewpoint was you should read the biographies of Andy Grove, Intel founder, of course, Bill Gates, Microsoft, Oracle, and Google. I mean, if you read, and now probably Mark Zuckerberg. So if you just read their bios, you will probably understand, get a lot out of just seeing their real life experiences, because as an entrepreneur, you're going to run into these similar situations. Um, Maybe at a smaller scale, but they're going to tell their story from day one, right? So in a sense, you will get exposed to all of that. So uh, that was his answer, Peter Whalen's. Anyway, so all of these books are important to kind of, I personally think they are extremely important to build up your personal capability, because ultimately, in order to succeed as a leader, because as an entrepreneur, when you're starting off, you're just maybe 2 people, 4 people, but once you've got 10 people, 20 people, 100 people, 200 people, 500 people, 1,000 people, uh, you are going to be the leader, right? So you need to know what leadership means and what leadership characteristics are and what leadership, how leaders make decisions. So these are the books that will give you something about how other leaders have done it, and it's a chance to form your own personality, leadership personality. Okay, so this is section one. Section two is going to be more about the startup, etc. Some papers, some good thing, reading material, and then Michael Dell's case study, and then what is a startup. So then we are going to go into the second tab, which is BMC, stands for Business Model Canvas, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And we'll talk about how, for an entrepreneur, the first thing to do is to put his thoughts about how his company would hypothetically work, and use the business model canvas to kind of uh, communicate that, and then figure out whether this BMC works when it faces reality of real customers. Right? When you do a customer discovery process, the question is whether this thing hangs in there, right? And so that's what we'll cover that in a few minutes. And then with BMC, like there are institutions like Kaufman, like the Kaufman Institute, which is one of probably the biggest entrepreneurship promotion and research institutes in the world. So this person called Kaufman donated his entire fortune of $2 billion plus to start the Scotland Institute, and they've just been doing research and funding all kinds of entrepreneurship activities, mostly in the US, and they've developed a bunch of videos, and these are all 2-minute videos, and you must see. I personally think it's a must see, 10 or 12 minutes of videos, right? So these are the videos. And then we're going to look at team building, and you see that, the first URL is actually a video clip, and this is the same class that we're having today, but one that we did a year back, right? So with our photographer, आपका नाम क्या है मुझे? Jasveer Singh, right?
Yeah.
So Jasveer Singh took the videos then, and they do a fantastic job of videotaping, editing, putting the whole video together and putting it on video. In fact, all the classes from last year are on, and it's interesting that every time we do a class, the core material is the same, but it's communicated totally differently. Because it's going to depend a lot on the dynamics of the questions that you ask and the dynamics. Because entrepreneurship is such a broad field that you can answer it, you can go in any different direction, and so I would recommend that you actually take the time to watch this 2-hour video, because you're going to already learn a lot, even though you've attended this class. Even though you attended this class, you're really going to learn twice as much about the same things just because you watched the video from last year's video, right? And we had a very good guest speaker then. His name was Vascandata, who was my co-founder at Selectica, and he complimented the class, and you'll get some good perspectives. So take a look at that video.
It's on INDTV USA.
You just have to click. You just have to click on that, yeah. And then the presentation is there. There are some other videos and presentations that I've put together. So for the next 6 weeks, just plan on being inside this building. So, okay, and then I know you guys. They're not going to give you a grade, but I also run this class on the same topic at IIT Bombay, IIT Gandhinagar, and UNIT in Nagpur, and they have to do their homework. And I'm giving you the opportunity also to do your homework, and assuming that you do your homework, we can give you some grades, because I can actually. You'll get a chance to upload it, and then I can actually look at all the people that have uploaded and give you some feedback on how you've answered the questions and all that. So it's completely optional for this group, but if you want to, you can do your homework. And do similar things on week 2, week 3, and so on. Okay. So any questions about the portal and how it works? Okay, there's a ton of material there, as you can see, and I think it's really useful to get this opportunity to learn all of this in such a organized fashion, right? So please take advantage of it. The other thing is that the most important, like what I tell most entrepreneurs, is that the number one thing that distinguishes somebody who's going to be successful as an entrepreneur is their ability to ask questions. So I think when I teach at all the college students, especially in India, they're so shy, right? I mean, the whole mindset is they're at the receiving end. They just have to. They cannot ask a question. It would be disrespectful to ask a question. And so basically what I tell them is that in order to be successful as an entrepreneur, you better learn to ask questions. Uh, and then I give them the example of Wani Kola. In fact, Wani Kola used to be a Thai Silicon Valley charter member. She started companies at the same time that I did in the late 90s and early 2000s. She started a couple of companies and sold them. And in 2005 or 6, she decided to go back to Bangalore. And she thought that the business, that the Indian entrepreneurship market was going to open up, and she wanted to participate in that. And she joined the VC fund, and and this year uh, she won the award for being the Economic Times Midas Touch VC investor. You can imagine, because she made an investment in Myntra, which was bought out by Flipkart. So she's an investor in Flipkart, and then she also invested in Snappy, both of which are now worth between $3 billion and $15 billion. And she invested in these companies when they were worth $3 and $4 million. She was the first investor. So, she has just made a killing for her investment fund. And she just raised a new fund, $300 million in India. That's a third fund. And so I had her come to give a talk at IIT Bombay. By the way, that video is also online. And you should take a look at that video, because it's not that often that, somebody can be a good friend of, a Midas Touch investor, right? But she and I were good friends from Silicon Valley, and we've always kept in touch. And the one thing that I remembered about her was the fact that she had mastered the art of asking questions. So it doesn't matter whether it was a 50-person meeting or a 3,000-person meeting at TiESV. Like at TiESV, we have keynotes with 3,000-4,000 people, right? And I remember, Ted Turner from CNN, gave a keynote in 2005 or 6. And, it was packed audience. And he gave a fantastic keynote, for 45 minutes. And then there was like 5 minutes left, and he said, we've got 5 minutes left. Are there any questions? And, all 3,000 people were paralyzed. They did not know what question to ask Ted Turner, except that Wani Kola ran to the mic and in front of 3,000 people said, "My name is Wani Kola, and I've started a company called, Cirrus Computing, and I have a question for you, Mr. Turner." And then she asked the question. And I was in the audience too, and I was also paralyzed. I did not ask the question and so on. And what I was thinking afterwards was, look, in that 3,000-person audience, there were at least about 100 venture capitalists, at least another 300 or 400 corporate executives from Cisco, every IBM, whatever. And so many influential people, right? So many Indian investors, legal people, other other people who can be partners with your company, etc. And besides Ted Turner's name, who else's name are they going to remember? Wani Kola. So she grabbed the opportunity. She grabbed the opportunity to get her name up there, and she does this not just for this one opportunity. With every conference or meeting, the first question is always asked by Wani Kola, because there's always a 10 or 15-second gap where nobody raises their hand and asks the question. Because everybody is like surprised that there's a question, opportunity to ask a question, right? And they're not prepared. And she knew that because after she asked the question, 100 other people ran behind her. But by that time, they turned out of chance for only one question. So all the other guys had to go back to their seats and mean. So it's really important. I tell this as an example to all the students that I feel that how important it is to take this opportunity to ask questions because it gives you a platform where you never did not have. You were not the keynote speaker, but you got visibility, right? And an entrepreneur needs to grab every opportunity they can to get visible. Every opportunity they can. That's the hardest thing for an entrepreneur, how not to stay invisible. An entrepreneur cannot afford to be invisible. Nobody's going to, as it is, you don't have credibility. Right? I mean, entrepreneurs don't have credibility compared to all the big companies. You don't have a track record, they don't know who you are. But, if you get this opportunity, it means that the VCs are going to say, oh, Wani, she's a confident woman, she's a confident entrepreneur. Look at her communication, look at her confidence. Automatically, you already separated yourself from everybody else when you go ahead and, approach them for your business or investment or business or whatever. So, asking questions is important and how you ask it is also important. So if she had just said, here's my question, we didn't have it, she would have lost the opportunity. The opportunity is to introduce yourself. So, I had, so I asked like, I had 150 students plus in my class at IIT Bombay. So I said, all of you have got 30 seconds to come and in one sentence explain your business idea. So like, all these 150, supposedly the smartest kids in India, right, from IIT Bombay.
Have you done screen share with the students?
Why?
No.
They want?
They need to see.
You need to see what you see, what you bring up there.
Okay, I can do it.
No problem.
Let me just do that.
Right. The second one down.
Yeah, that.
Which one was yours? No.
There you go.
Okay, yeah, now we see.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Good. Okay, so basically, I asked these 150 students to come and talk about their idea, and out of 150, only 2 people, asked the question in the right way in terms of introducing themselves. My name is Ranjit Shah. I'm doing mechanical engineering, second year, and I have an idea of this sort or whatever. Everybody else, some says Shah, some says Ranjit, but it's sloppy, it's cannot communicate, right? So it's really important for everybody here uh, to learn the importance of asking questions, but asking questions the right way, right? So don't ever assume that every time you get a chance to pick up the money, the chance to go ahead and make uh, an impact on everybody else, because even this group is actually a very important group, because there'll be quite a few entrepreneurs here in the next 2, 3, 5 years who probably will just shoot off and become incredibly successful. And it's important to have an impact on everybody here also, right? And every group opportunity that you need. Because as an entrepreneur, you have to leave leave an impact every time you get a chance to meet anybody. Right? So it's something that you cannot be a shy person. Have you ever seen a shy entrepreneur succeed? You know, yeah, they will, but they'll be shunted aside. So, and the whole reason you're taking this course is so that you're not shunted aside. The whole idea to take this course is to learn how to go and succeed as your company succeeds, right? Okay, so let's move on to the presentations. Okay, let me quickly go through in about 15 minutes, the basics of what a startup is and so on, just so that, there's no confusion among all of us as to what you're talking. Because, so, for this particular class, a startup for us is something that is a scalable, repeatable, profitable business model. Any company that you start, or any business that you start, that can be scalable, repeatable, and profitable, so that you can put in more money, there was a lot. If you add more salespeople, it grows. If you go to a new territory, it grows. Increase your product breadth, it grows, right? So if it is scalable, repeatable, so that you don't have to innovate and the selling technique every time, or the product has not got to be totally revamped every time. So if it's scalable, repeatable, and a profitable business, a lot of people think that, why should it be a profitable business, right? We just keep on pouring money into it and become bigger and bigger. But ultimately, even the Facebooks of the world, after having not made money for $1 billion, they finally, became very profitable. Right? So there needs to be a roadmap to profitability. But for most entrepreneurs, it's important to be profitable as quickly as possible. And in general, you will start enjoying your startup journey a lot more if you get to cash flow positive quickly and then profitable. Like somebody said, I think George Bernard Shaw or somebody said almost 100 years ago, that if you earn 20 pounds a week and you spend 20 pounds and 50 pence a week versus 19 pounds and 50 pence per week, there's a big difference in your happiness level. That 50 pence actually makes the difference whether you're a happy person at the end of the week or an unhappy person. And I think the same thing applies to a startup. And the whole idea is to get to that profitable, cash flow positive mode as quickly as possible, right? Sometimes in a VC funded company, you deliberately try to go ahead and keep spending before you've started making money. I mean, it's quite a common thing, and but I can tell you that the happiness level for an entrepreneur really depends on getting to profitability as quickly as possible. I think Selectica versus Opti, when I compare the two companies, uh, Selectica, we received lots of VC money, but we never really made money. Versus, we had a great IPO and all that, and valuation and all that. While with Opti, since it was angel funded by ourselves, we had to make money. And I think the happiness level of the founders was probably 10 to 1, even though our net success was 400 million versus 5 billion when we did the IPO. But our happiness quotient, if I had to look at it as an entrepreneur, at Opti, we really had it. We really loved it. That was, we enjoyed our company. So I personally think that profitability is a very important uh, goal and objective for a startup. So if you're doing a small business, self-employment, Dando, um, inventor partnership, these are all good things to do. There's nothing wrong with any of this stuff. But it's not entrepreneurship, right? So we don't want to call it an entrepreneurship. It's basically a small business or Dando or self-employment, and so somebody said, a panwala shop. In India, people say, oh, we are very entrepreneurial because every person who's got a dukan is an entrepreneur. It's his own business. He's buying, selling stuff. So why is that not entrepreneurship? Panwala sets up his own little shop, or a chaiwala who sets up his own tea thing. But that is not entrepreneurship because it's not scalable. It's just himself. It's not repeatable, and yes, it's profitable because otherwise these small businesses would not work. But if they fail on the other two criteria, so if a panwala had to become entrepreneurial, he should figure out some secret formula for his pan or something or the other, and then basically start a whole bunch of pan shops that he can, like McDonald's, go ahead and create a franchise. Now he's an entrepreneur. But all the other panwala shops, in my opinion, are self-employment or Dando or something like that. And nothing wrong with it, but he's not going to give jobs to millions. Right? Again, startups can come from all kinds of things. We all love to think that startups that come from original idea is the best, but I would say that almost all original ideas have their origin in some existing idea someone else had, right? Maybe it's a change here and a change there, and so on. So I don't want to focus too much on original idea. I want to focus on something that has got an edge, a competitive edge that you've figured out through, and which you have now put yourself in a position to start building a company that has got over time a sustainable competitive advantage and profitability and scalability and repeatability, so that you can build a nice business around it. So if you look at a startup versus a real company, essentially in one case, in a real company, they know what's going to happen, because they've got 5 quarters or 6 quarters of experience. So the 7th quarter is going to be some form of the previous quarter, right? It's not going to be a totally different thing. So you basically work with a plan in a real company versus you work with an idea as to how a company would be. And the business processes are customer development and agile development versus product management and operations and execution. So in this course, actually, this week, this next 6 weeks, we are actually looking at how to take a startup and make it into a company. Right? We are actually, the startup thing we already covered in the first 101 course. And if you're not taken it, maybe you can go through the material, or you can go ahead and all the videos are there. Or you can, 6 months from now, we'll offer that course again. Okay. Okay. So let's come to this whole thing about the founding team, because I personally think the founding team is a very important set of key decisions that are going to happen, which are going to start shaping your company. Right? So, the idea comes to somebody, and so obviously he's got the founder, comes up with the original idea. It could be anything. It could be the idea, it might be a technology breakthrough, it could be a business model breakthrough, it could be a customer side. If you can do this kind of stuff, we are happy to start buying it. it could be an idea that just allows you to come up with a viable business model that can be repeated and scaled. So then, he knows that it's difficult for him to execute everything by himself. So he needs people with complementary skills that can start coming together. Now, what happens is that most founders cannot afford to hire the high quality talent that you will need to build your company. So, for the best way that a founder can get world class talent to join him is as a co founder. For a founder to try and hire world class talent, uh, pretty much is not affordable because the world class talent would have, much higher salary, well compensated, stock options, whatever, at other companies, whether it's a startup or a big company. So it's very hard for a founder to hire world class talent that's complementary to him. But he can motivate and sell the idea of being a co-founder. And then, for example, when Opti was getting started, there were these 3 Taiwanese engineers who were working with me at Chips and Technologies, and they'd come up with an idea to come up with a new kind of chipset. And about a couple of months into it, they said, look, I think we can design it, but we need somebody to market it, sell it, get the BIOS done, get the marketing collateral done, and launch it with the press, and all the pricing it, money collection, all this stuff. And the only person they knew was me at Chips and Technologies, since I was running the marketing group there. I was the marketing director there. So they reached out to me. And these 3 guys had not raised any money. They just had an idea. And they reached out to me. And the only reason, so they could not afford my salary or whatever that I was getting from Chips and Technologies. But they said, look, Raj, we come up with this idea. We think, it has got a chance of making it in the marketplace. And if you come on board, our team is complete. And, you will be a co-founder of this company called Opti. And now I had to make a choice. Do I give up my job and be a co-founder of a new chipset company? Or I can, continue being third or fourth level manager at Chips and Technologies, which was, 5-year-old company by then. And, so you can see that even though I was a director there of marketing, had 30, 40 people reporting to me, the opportunity to be a founder or co-founder and then grow the company and own a share or piece of equity of the company was tempting to give up the stability of a job of a company that had, 200 employees, 300 employees, and lots of money in the bank and so on. So you can see that, founders actually have the ability to reach out to, high, top-notch talent because they got something precious to offer, which is a co-founder status. And a co-founder with a good 10-20% equity, a lot of VPs at Cisco and HP and Intel and even Google would be willing to give up their $1 million salaries and so on in order to become a co-founder in a new startup. So when you're starting a company as an entrepreneur, that's your power. That's your leverage. The minute the co-founder slots are filled up, now your leverage to get world-class talent drops dramatically. So you have to recognize that, there's a co-founder thing that you can offer is an incredibly precious asset. And you should leverage it to get the best complementary talent for your company. Right? So that's so now he gets his founding team together. So he gets the best talent in engineering, or the best talent in marketing sales, or the best talent in in operations or project management. You know, whatever the skills are necessary for your respective startup. And you know, this team obviously needs to have all these traits. And remember that, you know, for a startup, you know, you don't have time to go ahead and motivate people. They need to be self-motivated. Once they become a co-founder, you know, they can't be questioning the vision all the time. They can't be, you know, always saying, "Oh, did I give up a good job at Google in order to join this startup?" They cannot be looking back type of. You know, they can't be people who are always saying, "Oh, maybe I can do this, be a co-founder, but I'll still keep my job at Google and work at work at your company in the evenings." You know, uh, that's not a co-founder. A co-founder is somebody who has jumped, who's taken the jump, just like the founder is taking the jump. Right? The co-founder has to have taken the jump. I personally don't believe that co-founders that have not taken the jump really should be a co-founder. So, so they should be passionate, resilient, tenacious. All these personality traits are incredibly important for your co-founding team. And uh, the biggest question is now, who should be the founding CEO, right? Yeah. Introduce yourself opportunity. No, it's an opportunity because, you know,
So I'm the founder, and the co-founders that are still doing work for me, right? Doing part-time, more because of financial circumstances.
that's not a co-founder. That's what I just said. Because if you really, have you gone for it? I mean, have you've gone for it? Then they're not co-founders. You know, you cannot give them co-founder status. You can't give them, you know, good chunk of your company equity, etc. Because in my books, you know, if the co-founder is not made to jump, you don't have, you know, your whole personality changes the minute you're made a jump, right? Now you live, breathe your company, and the founding team has to live, breathe the company. That's incredibly important because, you know, that's all you have, in my opinion, at that stage, which is passion for your company, passion for the idea. Yeah.
So this is me saying, it's all the electric anyway. So one other thing I noticed with a couple of other people also is they strategize how and when they wanted to leave their job. They get together on a part-time basis, continue to work at some point, they can actually get seed funding as well, and they come into full-time.
I think that's that is okay. That is okay.
And the people also kind of get full-time.
Well, I think the person that jumps in first, uh, and instead of all jumping together, you know, would be at a should be treated slightly differently. And you know, I hope that person has leadership characteristics, because, you know, in a sense, he should probably be the founding CEO. But sometimes the person that jumps first may not have the characteristics of the founding CEO, and then it becomes very messy. So I would say that I think it's okay to develop your idea, formulate your idea, put it together, you know, 10 classes like this, and then, you know, get some angel funding in order to, but at some point, you have to accept the risk. of committing to a company, to a startup. You know, I mean, uh, that is, I think that's because the minute you've got that 100% commitment, the company just starts taking off in terms of its profit. Just because you'll see so much more energy and activity happening, just because you're 110% committed. The minute you jump. Yes.
There is Deepa, and I'm the founder of my commerce company called Checkpoint. My question here is that when is the exact time to find a co-founder? So I realize that there are exactly you said that person who will be jumping out from the person is something that is substantial, I mean maybe less paid. The company is under the building activities, don't have customers time, or maybe not at all. And it's hard for me, like a founder, to find particular founder with the kind of high talent. So when exactly the time is good for it?
I would say as quickly as possible, and if you can get co-founders who are willing to take a lot of risk, you're going to get a huge amount of commitment from them to make your company successful, right? Because if the boat sinks, they sink too, right? Now here in Silicon Valley, the price is not too much if the boat sinks. You easily get another job quite quickly. But there were times in this valley when jobs are not that easy, but yet startups happen. So, but the point is that uh, you have to get your co-founders as quickly as possible uh, because you want people to join your company because they believe in the same idea that you believe in. There needs to be common belief in this idea of this startup that you've got, right? So, and then you have to, and that's your highest leverage point, as I said, when you're offering co-founder status to people, because you can really reach out to very high-level executives. And you may not think that being co-founder of your company because it's got no revenue, etc., is a very attractive thing. You may not think too much of it, but for somebody who is working in a big company, they're all looking for an opportunity to be a founder or co-founder of a startup. They're all looking for an opportunity, especially in this valley, because who has who are the most successful people in the valley? People who start coming, because the compensation and the success of entrepreneur, assuming that when his company becomes successful, is so much higher than what any corporate job can get you. So all these, even the most successful executives are all open to being a co-founder of a startup. So don't restrict yourself and say that, oh, I can only get a, younger person or less experienced person as a co-founder. You can reach out to people who are executives at big companies and invite them to lunch or dinner or coffee and brainstorm your idea with them and sell them. And you're going to learn a lot of selling techniques in the next 3-4 weeks about how to sell your ideas when all it is a vision and an idea. Because really, as an entrepreneur, you're selling all the time. And selling to get the best talent for your co-founder equity is probably one of the most important things you ever do. Because like when Opti started, at that same time, there were another 20 other chipset startups that happened. All because, suddenly like there were these chipset startups that just happened at that time, right? And it was 1987, 88. And some of them got $1 million, some of them raised $10 million, but there were like almost 20 startups that happened at the same time. People from Intel leaving, people from VLSI leaving, people from Chips leaving, people from Western Digital leaving, and there was just a spawning of all these chipset companies, startups, and I think out of those 20, only one succeeded. That was Opti, because these three guys, technical guys, ended up finding a marketing and sales person, so that the whole team comes together. A company must have that complementary set of capabilities in order to, really succeed in the marketplace. And so, as a co-founder, as a founder of a company who's got the original idea, who's made the jump, you've got 3 months, maximum 4 or 5 months, to get your founding team together. And the reason why I say that there's a time limit to this founding team is that I've seen lots of entrepreneurs who end up, not getting co-founders in the first 3, 4 months after starting a company. And what ends up happening is that they get their first customer, then they start getting revenue, then they get this thing, that thing, and before you know it, I find that it's very hard for such people to part with, co-founding equity. Very hard. So, a lot of these people end up becoming, single founder companies. And what ends up happening is that over time, they cannot afford to hire the real talent. They cannot, people are not going to come in as co-founders because they won't get enough equity, and you won't give enough equity. And all of a sudden, they're stuck growing the company themselves with mediocre talent. And there's a limit to the amount of bandwidth and capabilities that a person can have. So I would say that when you come up with your company, put in a focused effort for the first 3, 4 months to logically go ahead and find kind of the people and reach out to people way beyond what you think people would join you, and try to attract them to your company.
Would you expand upon that the challenge of equity allocation in startups? There's been a lot written about it. It's more art than science. What are your thoughts on it?
At the co-founder level, or okay, so so the question was the challenge of equity distribution. So the approach that I take is that, assuming that all the people actually jumped, and assuming it's 3 or 4 people that jump, the point that I like to make is that really it doesn't matter if somebody's got 5 or 10%, that you've got 5 or 10% less, because what I mean by that is that originally, one person came up with the idea, he owns 100%. But as he hires co-founders, he has a choice whether he says, okay, I'm going to keep 50% and I'm going to divvy up the rest. That doesn't work, in my opinion, because now you're treating them more like junior founders or whatever. But you're not treating them as equals, right? And I personally believe that there should be 100% trust between co-founders to to do the job that needs to be done. Whatever job needs to be done, if one of the co-founders picks it up, he's going to put in 100%, right? So, and you trust him 100% to do that. So the approach that I've taken is that in order to get rid of this equity distribution issue, because that has, people get psychologically affected, just because they got 5% less. So my attitude is, in the early stages, co-founders divvied up equally. So with Selectica, we divvied up the company equally between me and my co-founder. With Opti, we divvied up between the four founders, everything equally, because we just did not want this issue to come along. Right? Now, it's interesting, at Opti, what happened is that the stock could divvy up, but then, I joined, I think, almost 4 or 5 months after the other people. So they were trying to validate the idea and so on. And then, when we started making money, there were 3 Chinese guys, right? And 3 Taiwanese guys who were buddies from, college days. And, we started making millions of dollars in profit because of Veda. And, the 3 of them basically felt that, hey, Raj came, 4 or 5 months later, and, we took more risk than he did. So we should distribute the cash differently, right? The bonus should not be the same. And we were distributing like $1 or $2 million a quarter between 4 of us. And because that was the level of profit we were making. It was just a large company. And so, they appointed one of the 3 guys, appointed one guy to have a chat with me. So, they were in the majority, the 3 guys, right? And went out for lunch, and then he said, Raj, you did a great job of marketing and sales. So, we've checked, what a marketing and sales person should be getting in terms of bonus. And he should be getting, $200,000 a year. So we're so happy that we can give you $200,000. So obviously I could see through what, because it's not easy, right, to part with money when the 3 of them control it. So I said, I appreciate that, but I said that, if we don't divide the bonus also equally, as we have divided the stock equally, that if we don't divide the cash bonus also equally, then I'm not going to be interested in staying with the company. And essentially, I said, we put in 18 months of work when the money started flowing in, and it would have flowed in for another $5-10 million would have flowed in from the first generation product. And I said, it's up to you guys, but I won't be there with the company. So I had to make that decision that the bonus also has to be equal, because I don't want to be discontented and not put in 110% for the success of the company. And this was millions, because with Opti, what happened is that in the very second year, we made I think we made $25 million in revenue with $20 million in profit, which had to be divided 4 ways. So if they divided it 3 ways and gave me a $200,000 bonus, which would be very good for a marketing and sales VP, would have been okay. Because the next year the consequences were even worse, because we made $65 million in revenue, $36 million in profit. So it just was exploding, right? And so luckily they kept the bonus equally divided. But the point is that they needed to have the confidence that they couldn't just swap me out for another VP of sales and marketing, right? I mean, because a lot of people feel that human beings are swappable, but hopefully you can convince them that you're not swappable.
We have a question from our online participants here. Do you
Sure.
want to take that?
Yeah.
And actually, they had a question. They had a suggestion that whenever anybody asks a question, can you use the mic?
No, I'll repeat it.
Only, or you can
I'll
repeat
repeat it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The question here is, could you ask Raj, what are the most critical components of the co-founders agreement that ensures the early enthusiasm and commitment to continue forever?
Yeah, so I would say that, I think we've kind of covered the question, which is everybody needs to make the jump. The founding team, in my opinion, has to make the jump. If somebody has quit their existing job, whatever, and joined you because they believe in the idea, they're passionate about it, I think that's probably the best. There is no contract as such. They will have the same employment contract that every other co-founder would have, which is typically it is 12 months accelerated vesting. So co-founders typically get the following terms in their employment contract, which is 12 months of accelerated vesting after the first year. Um, they might get even any share of the bonus, etc., for the next 6 months or a year or something like that. So, those are the kinds of things that you would put in a co-founder's contract, right? But you obviously would not put in that, everything would get vested, that full 20% or 25% would get vested immediately. It would still be a 4-year vesting, and if somebody leaves after 2 years, then they get only 50% 2-year vested plus maybe another 6 months to a year of vesting. Right? So you kind of want to make it expensive for both sides to part ways. That's the whole idea. You want to make it expensive for both sides to separate, and you want to have enough reason why people should stay together. Okay. Anything else?
Very much.
Okay. Great. Excellent. I'm glad. Yeah.
Right, this is Russell Vinay from the HR Tech in RCD.
Okay.
I have a question about this trust and mutual respect.
Yeah.
This is something which cannot be judged. Like I met him today, and I don't know. As a person is good, right? But now trust and mutual respects come with time. More you meet, more you talk. So now this question comes back. If I'm finding a co-founder, which I don't know, so I'm going to some meetups, how fast we can verify? Is there any special things we can do? Quantify it, or we have to delay the process for a couple of months, but that is going to be.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so the question was, how do you trust and respect a co-founder, especially if you haven't known the person from before, right? So in general, you'll find that, most co-founders coming through your network, so they don't come in totally random. If somebody comes in through a TiE meeting, at times everybody's connected in so many ways with everybody. So it's easy to cross-check the person quite, and you should cross-check. Both sides should cross-check, because mutual respect, right? 2 ways. And if somebody's going to trust you that the idea you come up with, is ethical, it's a good idea, it's got viability, and you are a good person to team up with, trustworthy person. It was a question for me, like, should these 3 Taiwanese guys be trusted, right? And if I could have, lost trust, and I would have lost trust if I saw them pocketing, all the bonus money, and I'm getting 200K, because I was, a key part of the founding team, right? But that's how, on that basis, I quit my CMT job, and I know that the things that I did for our team, which is the only reason I got one of the top companies to write a BIOS for our chipset, was because of my personal relationship and my personal credibility. And if a chipset does not have a BIOS, you can't put a motherboard together. Right? So I knew I'd done things for the company that few other people could have executed and delivered for the company. And without that, the company would not have made these $20 million profits from its year and things like that, and become an ultimately successful company. So the point is that most co-founders are found through networking, and both need to cross-check each other as much as possible, and you will cross-check. No, cross-checking is important, right? I mean, this is probably a very tight relationship you're going to have with your co-founders for years, at least 4 years, is minimum length of team working together. These days, it's more like 7 8 years that team will have to work together to build a successful company. So I would say that it's important to do as much checking as possible, and connect with them informally, connect with their families. We did a lot of families getting together in the first year or two at Onki, and at Selected Web. We did a lot of things where got our kids connecting with their kids, wives connecting with their wives, families, meeting for Chinese New Year, Diwali, whatever. So basically, the more you connect with people, they become completely tied. Okay, let's continue on. So anyway, yeah.
You said that your founders partner from the top. So how is the negotiation like because they have IT, so you have others,
Yeah.
the buyers. Sometimes they might blindly think this is. So in that case, so would you not have been in a negative position?
Yeah, so the question is that, every time, you bring in a new person, you know, uh, you make a decision. Are we bringing the person in as a co-founder, or are we bringing him as our first employee? Because after me, we did not add any more co-founders at Opti. After me, we only added employee. And then we had the first employee and the second employee and the third employee, but no more co-founders. And there, as you see, there's a big difference between what happens with the co-founder team versus the employee team. Big difference. The big difference is that, at least till for the first couple of years, the co-founders know everything about everything in the company, and they can ask any question to anybody about anything, right? The technical guys can ask me about, why did I price the product this way? Why am I shipping the product and samples to this customer instead of this customer? Why am I doing this? And I can ask them, like, why is that chipset not performing? Why does it have this bug? Why did you have, yield is low? Whatever it is, I can ask any question to each other, right? I mean, there is no protocol, nothing. I just ask them like a friend, right? Because that's the relationship, open relationship that you have between co-founders. Everything is in the open. Okay, what is this person's salary? Why are we hiring this person versus hiring this person? Because when you have these ethnic, there are a lot of Valley is all ethnic companies, right? All mixed up, multiple ethnic, and everybody's comfortable with their ethnic groups. So the VP of engineering was Chinese, right? So I would send I would have a lot of Indian engineers that I would know, and I would want them to join the engineering team. But if he's a Chinese guy from Taiwan, he's going to prefer to hire a Taiwanese guy just because he feels that team cooperation will be better or whatever, And my viewpoint was, you bring in people with different talent, the best talent into every group, and this was a sensitive area, by the way, very sensitive area at Oakley because the VP of engineering would keep on hiring Chinese guys, Chinese engineers, and the VP of finance was only hire Taiwanese people to do all the accounts collection and the money management and everything and things like that. This is important. This is and the thing is that in an ethnic company, uh, since I was a co-founder, I had the ability to ask the questions and put them on the spot and then to hire you know American engineers and Indian engineers and Pakistani engineers and or people that had the right skills. Because I wanted to have a company that had the best skills. And actually, I would say that that's one of the reasons that we became successful compared to some of the other chipset startups, because the other chipset startups ended up being pure Chinese companies or pure non-Chinese companies, American companies, and in reality, a company that has got the best talent of all the different ethnic groups and has a culture that accommodates all the ethnic groups so that they will end up becoming the best in terms of the products and because sometimes the best salespeople are American salespeople, white salespeople, because they have the relationships and they've got some of the best marketing people are very often American because they can connect with the press uh, and so on, with customers, package, the idea, all kinds of people. So the thing is that you know you as a co-founder you have the right to tackle the stickiest issues, but an employee cannot. You might be a VP, an executive, but at least in the first few years, the founders and co-founders pretty much run it like autocracy. They make the decisions, and employees are employees. So, so co-founder is kind of anyone's that I said, right? Who knows what's really going on in terms of the financial? How much can you afford to pay the bills? And the misses in the product, what are the strengths in the product, what is the real going on is something only known to the founders. And all founders have the technical guys can also know everything about will know everything about the financial. So as a co-founder, you have an opportunity to really learn a business at the ground from inside out. It's something that you can learn from inside out. You can know exactly how this organism, the startup, works, comes together and how it works. Right? So, so that's the difference between co-founder and that's why it's so important that there be complete, honesty and openness in the relationship between founder and employee. Okay, so that was founder stuff. So let's let's go through these slides and then we'll take a break in about 45 minutes. So now you've got your idea and we want to start converting the business. So the important thing to realize is that in your head you should be very clear that every business has got 4 segments. So what are the 4 pieces of segments of any company? You should know some of it. No, 4 parts of 4 main areas of a company. Customers, yeah, basically the customers, then the product or the offer, infrastructure to make the product or service, and then the finance. So every company has got 4 components. So never want anybody to think, not know the fact that these 4 things have to all work harmoniously in many relationships and so on. So these are the 4 things, and the business model that you put together is a blueprint of how all these processes, when you sell something to a customer, the money goes here, the product, you remove something from inventory, you move it here, the more product has to be built, buy the product, cost is going to be there. So cost, revenue, sales to customers, marketing to customers, developing new products, new technology, infrastructure, all of that kind of is related to each other in every company. Every company is basically these 4 blocks all working in different organizational structures, different processes, and different systems to put it all together. Right? So that is essentially what a company is all about. And then in order to make all of this thing completely clear in your mind, we take those same 4 blocks and subdivide it a little bit further. So the product or the offer is the value proposition, thing that makes your product valuable to the customer, right? So everybody's product is valuable to the customer in some way or the other. So if it's a Chinese product, because it's cheaper than everybody else. If it is, a product from Apple, because it's easier to use than anything. So everybody's got a value proposition for their product, which is same product could be still different value proposition depending on the business model that Chinese Xiaomi has versus Apple has got, right? Or Samsung has versus Apple has got. And then on the right hand side are these 3 blocks, 2, 3, and 4, which is all about customers and how you reach them, how you interact with them, how you sell to them, how you keep them as customers, as repeat customers, how you make them reference customers, all of that stuff that goes on in terms of the relationship between the company and this external part of the ecosystem, which is the customers, is on the right hand side. That's elements 2, 3, and 4. 7, 8, 9 is how your product comes together, right? So 7, 8, 9 is the people that you'll have, which is your key resources, the people or the factories or the buildings or whatever. So that's your key resources. Your key activities, whether it's design, whether it is manufacturing, so those are the key activities, whether it's buying, whether it's outsourcing. And then your key partners, because every business, no business does everything. So everybody's got a partner. So for Opti, I needed bioswimmers, people who prepare the bio. Right? I needed people who make motherboard designs. I need people that would make manufacture the chips for me. So what fabs that I would partner with. So these are all my key partners, and if my key partner relationships are not okay, just when the customer order comes in, they won't make the chips for me, or whatever, or they might jack up the cost on me. So key partners, relationships, all of those things become very important. And then below number 9 is the cost. Everything on the left-hand side costs money. Interaction with customers, partners cost money, your employees cost money, your factories cost money, everything costs money. So that's your cost. and everything on the right-hand side generates revenue. And the whole idea is that revenue should be higher than the cost, and that gives you a profit. Right? So every business, doesn't matter whether you're Infosys doing outsourcing of people, or whether you are Apple designing product and manufacturing or shipping finished product, everybody's got a business model canvas. And the business model canvas will change from year 1 to year 2 to year 3 to year 4. With the next generation product, we keep evolving. Every year it's a new business model canvas. As competition comes, the BMC changes. So these 9 blocks is what you live with, you breathe with, you sleep with, sleep over, and you worry about, oh my God, my key engineer has just got a job offer from Apple. What am I going to keep him? Right? He's a key resource. You lose him, and you're going to be like 1 year behind because your product couldn't get finished, or your ideas are suddenly sucked away, or your vision and your ideas and your next generation product is not going to happen. So you're continuously, also as a consequence, I don't know, but if I give more salary, then I've got to give more salary to all the other employees at his level too. So all of a sudden my cost is going to go up. And if I give more equity, it's going to come out of my pocket, whatever. So basically, like you're continuously, you thought you had a well thought out, well figured out, viable business model that was putting $1 million in your net profit in your pocket every day, every year, and unfortunately, it's a dynamic world out there. The competition comes in, and suddenly the value proposition you have is not as valuable anymore. The press writes something about your product, and all of a sudden, you're stuck with a branding problem, or you're stuck with a problem of having a bad reputation for a product, or somebody comes and files a lawsuit against you, and then the company saying that you stole their technology or you violated the patent, which happens a lot to successful technology startups. Big companies are always threatening you with patents, like Arista, right? I mean, they were happily had a great IPO. Stock is going through the roof. Customers love the product, and Cisco filed a lawsuit saying that the technology was stolen, the employees were taken illegally from Cisco, technology was taken illegally, and hit you with 20 different legal issues. And all of a sudden, the big companies and the sales that you had and your pipeline that you had gets frozen, because people say that, what if Arista loses this patent infringement lawsuit? Does that mean that we will have to stop using the routers that they've got, or does that mean that the company will not be able to financially handle the situation and will go bankrupt? Or it could be, and that the decision that is going to be made by a jury of taxi drivers and Uber drivers and people who know nothing about technology are going to make the decision whether Cisco patents have been infringed by Arista. And that, unfortunately, is a fact. You don't have technologists, and you don't have technology gurus deciding whether a patent has been infringed or not. You don't have a judge who really understands whether the fine should be, a slap on the wrist, like $1 million, or should it be $1 billion, right? I mean, you think that Samsung management ever thought they would get $1 billion fine for copying the look and feel of Apple, of stealing 10 PowerPoint slides that the marketing group stole from Apple. I mean, slides get transferred back and forth, all the time anyway. So why would these 10 slides cost $1 billion? But they did, right? So, so the question is that, as a startup, not as a, once you have a successful business, uh, the business model is continuously being attacked, and you're also using it to attack other people. It's not just they're attacking you and you're just defending. You know, you're attacking them and you're saying that, okay, I have a business model that um, generates this kind of market share and revenue if I price the product to the customers for $20 a chipset. And you say, if I charge $18, maybe I can increase my market share by 50%, but it's going to require so much more in cost, so much more in manufacturing, so much more, commissions to the salespeople, and things like that. And you've got to figure out the business model for, delta changes in pricing, or delta changes in marketing strategy, or delta changes in product design, or things like that. So this BMC is actually your tool. It's your tool to decide how to keep running your business year in, year out. As every strategy, you run it by your business model, right? And so let's just quickly, go through each of these 9 blocks. Essentially, customer segments are the people that you're trying to reach. There are many different kinds of customer segments. Your value proposition is a bundle of products and services that create value for each specific customer segment. It can be all of these things. By the way, all of these slides are there in the portal. So I'm just, since we did this last time, I'm just going to go through it very quickly. Channels, this is how you get there. You can have your own store, you can have your sales force, you go to your partners, but every aspect of the channel requires awareness, evaluation, purchase, delivery, after sales. Your customer relationships can be of all different types. So the thing is, I've kind of summarized in these slides, all the different aspects of how that particular block or box is operated. Now, every business will have some element of this, right? So one of the things that I'd like everybody to do is to take any idea that you have and write a BMC for it, create a business model canvas for it. It's in the homework assignment, but I think it's just a question of taking a piece of paper, draw these boxes, and just fill it in, and say, say I've come up with a new idea for developing a product like this or developing a service like this. Let me go ahead and fill up, what the value proposition is, which customer segments I want to go after, and you can refer to these slides to figure out, is this a mass market kind of product? Is it a niche market? Is it the direct customer service like a Merrill Lynch broker, or can it be an E-Trade kind of online product, or could it be something that I can reach out through telesales? So all these are decisions that you make, and as you make these decisions, they have all kinds of consequences and ripple effect everywhere. Right? So go ahead and I hope by next week you'll prepare a BMC, because only then this business model will make sense to you. But any CEO essentially lives and dies by his understanding of the business model. So, how many of you are actually running a company? You're right. Okay. Do you think of these things and the interactions between, I'm sure you do it, but you never had a structured way of doing it. And as a consequence, you know, I also did not have a structured way of doing it till I started teaching entrepreneurship. So for 25 years, I did entrepreneurship without knowing this methodology. And in a sense, that was a shame. Because, I bet if I had known this, I think some of my companies would have been even more successful. And, but, this is really a great tool in my opinion, to, not only figure out for yourself the consequences of your what if, but also how to communicate it to your team. Because the most difficult thing in a company is to get everybody marching in the same direction. And first, the founding team has to march in the same direction. And then the executive team needs to march in the same direction as the founding team. And then the employees below that, right? So to get the whole company marching in the same direction, this would be a great tool to communicate. Like, hey guys, let's figure out how we compare to the competition. So you create a BMC for your product, create a BMC for the competitor's product, and say, hey, these are our strengths, these are our weaknesses, how do we become even stronger and eliminate our weaknesses, right? So it's really important to master this tool and just start using it practically. Because once you use it practically, it'll be a phenomenal asset that you have in your ability to use it for all kinds of business decisions and so on. This was an example of one of my teams from a very first class at IIT Gandhinagar, where they came up with this product, a company called Chart, for locating the best street food in any town or village, and it's crowdsourced information. And actually, that team won the second prize at the IIM competition. These two girls won the second prize for 75,000 rupees. So, the ability to communicate, even in a business plan competition, using the BMC, has an impact even at IIM, places like IIM and so on. Yes? It changes all the time. In fact, like, there was one entrepreneur, the BMC when you're starting up the company will be of one sort. After you've been in business for a year and you start planning for the next year, the BMC will be something else. Because the very first year, the most important thing is validating that anybody even cares about your product or your idea. Second year, the issue might be, how much money can I make from executing this BMC? Should I make 10,000 umbrellas or 100,000 umbrellas? Is quality very important, or is returns very important? All kinds of issues start becoming highlighted as you as you start thinking of BMC. Well, the thing is, actually, the way I look at it is that whether you like it or not, the BMC is changing in the mind of the CEO all the time. It's running in his mind all the time. Like, I remember for the 25 years that I was running companies, it was a what if mind. What if I do this? What if I do that? And the employees also asking the same question. Why don't we spend more in marketing? Why don't we add a salesperson in Europe? Why don't we go ahead and add one more fab to start making a chip? These are what ifs. Now, the what ifs, if you start getting answers without having the whole picture in mind, because this gives you the whole picture in mind. And this this BMC allows you to explain to your employee that, the reason we don't want to add a new fab to make chips right now is because, to get a new fab, we got to do all of these things on the cost side, on the infrastructure side, on the partnership relationships, on all of these things. That's why we don't want to add, you know, a new manufacturing partner till we get to scale up to this much, that kind of stuff. So the PMC is actually your tool, and you are continuously using it, but you may want to formally change it during the early stages, maybe once every 6 months, and then afterwards, depending on the kind of business you are in, you can change it every time you do your annual operating plan. So typically, we would do our annual operating plan, either in December or January of every calendar year. And then we would get, every department to do a bottoms up, we do a tops down, we merge it all together and create a business plan that we might run it in front of. That actually not might. We have to run it and get approval from the board of directors that we will have to raise money in 9 months. We're going to hire so many people. There's going to be a burn rate. All of that stuff is something we will do once a year. And but if something changes suddenly, then we might do it quickly. Yes, question. Yes, yes.
So I would just one every pivot necessitates you pivot, you get more and more. So it always fun. But I would also say if you look at this cover value part of the usually is going in. So next
You know the name of the book?
same author.
Same author.
And he basically said that value proposition and diligence
Okay. Great. So just for the people who are online, the point that was made, I forgot your name. Nina. Yeah, from Pogo, right? POGO.
from
KO? Okay, okay, okay. So Nina said that she's a CEO of a company. She said that every time you pivot, which means you change direction, it can be a direction change in any way. It can be in the product, it can be in the customer focus, it can be in the manufacturing, it could be a pivot anywhere. You need to update your business plan, business model canvas. And then the other one was that there was a very good book on value proposition that is available for people to check out. Okay. Yes.
Just like her, they have built up another called value proposition canvas. So it helps that tool will help you define your value proposition.
Okay.
That comes before PMC.
Okay.
That we can set up value proposition, then the rest of this.
Okay. Okay. So all of this was in the startup area, and these BMCs need to be validated, and for an existing company, you do less validation because you essentially already have a working business model because you have an existing company. So you got your previous quarter gave you a viable model, right? So it's only for when you're introducing a new product or the market changes and you're responding to some change, then you need to do customer validation. And the whole idea is to keep doing this pivoting back and forth, as Nina pointed out, till you come up with the BMC that everybody agrees is going to work. And then when it works, you go and do customer creation and company building. So this course, we are going to focus on customer creation and company building. So, with 101, we already focused on kind of the search, discovery, validation, and creating a viable PMC. And in this class, next 6 classes, we focus on execution, which is how do you get those customers, how do you keep them, how do you make them referable customers, how do you build your company, how do you scale it up, how do you negotiate, what are the negotiating skills that are going to be needed, legal things, all of that stuff is what we're going to do in the next 6 weeks. Okay, so let's take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll get on with team building. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I don't know.
Nihal, nice to meet you. Yeah. Sorry, I'm starting out with a
Hi, how are you? Going to give me an update when your company is.
I just want to say hi. I'm really glad we don't know keep the details just to go. It makes more sense. Kind of like at a different stage, but you kind of go again. So it's a nice value class for you guys. Now seeing that it was in the beginning and it's coming back to it again because we've just done 2 pivots. And it's like, oh my god, that's why I have to say every time you pivot, it's good things go back. And then you can actually maybe a marketing person made a mistake. You're so naive when you start the beginning. Especially every customer meeting, he just me something about the BMC. Like, oh, we thought so I just feel like that's
why I said the BMC is actually already there, implicitly in the CEO's mind, or the founder's mind. It's already there.
Implicitly, you don't even know you made implicit decisions. Yeah, they're scary.
And that's the scary thing, because nobody else understands why is this person does the CEO realize that, because they only see it from their perspective. The QA guy sees it from his perspective. The engineering guy sees it from his perspective. Nobody sees the whole picture.
Markets it on other places and
that's the problem.
Yes.
So,
I volunteered in 2005, 6, and was member there.
No, this is it. I mean, so once you have your BMC, you can start putting pieces in place to run your business. Okay.
We should have a lot of really interesting things happen in progress. I'll reach out to you. Take care.
Good to hear. So I'm going to get you into the next step. No, I won't do it. Okay. Because now we have an opportunity to dig into kind of the team building and all that, and then I want you to add and supplement some of that. Yes. Okay. Which year? 95. Okay. Excellent. Too young. Most of the kids are teaching 2020. Okay. Very graduate 2017. Only 20 years ago. That's a
Yeah, just I was preparing my elevator pitch. People will be asking me what are you doing now. Before coming here.
But you have
company?
No, no, not yet. So I was working. I worked in three startups, but not my own.
Okay.
Still working. I just recently left and was thinking of starting up now and based on an idea. So it's no company yet, but still brainstorming ideas and just out of another IIT one guy was for he was asking me to be a co-founder. Uh, this is his second one. The first one didn't go to India. Spoiled. I said yes to it.
So you came to the right class. We are discussing on these. You can talk to a lot of people here. So you get a lot of insight from what how other people do.
I have to join or to start.
It's not easy to ask somebody to join. All the show.
We know each other. 95, same batch. So it worked. That also works. I had one confidence. So the co-founder in family. So he started that one from the co-founder. I just in family acquisition later on. It's the downside of that. Yeah.
But it has huge consequences at the company. Basically, like the dynamics. You know, everybody under you, executive team and everybody, very good. The founders are very difficult, you know, because should I complain about this person to this person?
Yes, makes sense.
Simple.
The carrier has been employees and
It's a totally different relationship. But totally different.
it's not simple.
Because, you know, a company, you know, people might be associates, but they're not married. This is a different life. So, so many things will get quite complicated as a company grows. And there are successful husband and wife. But, you know, they are like typically one partner can become the sleeping partner. Takes out from the day-to-day decisions. Yeah, like Sintel, my classmate actually, is now worth $2 billion. This company is the fifth largest outsourcing company in India. So he and his wife started Sintel together. She was a TCS engineer and he was a TCS engineer. Both were sent to deploy to the Tata Borough. So Tata Borough got both of them and then they fell in love with each other. They worked together. Then they married, but they also quit and started their own company.
He was keynoted by.
Yeah. And you know, they ran together the company for 10, 15 years. But then slowly she took it back. So she only stayed on the board, but did not get into the execution of the company. He got held, Hillary in jail, right? Same year. Yeah, one person has to be. It was a mess, but they didn't want to have much power as Bill. during the 8 years that Bill was.
You can sequence it.
Exactly. Father son same thing. So family run companies same thing, right? Family run companies are also a big issue. When father is there, then the son comes. Then the change dynamics for all the employees. Because automatically there's a series. And they're all family run.
He wanted to get out of the tutors and live with life.
Okay. I see. Okay. Very interesting. Now they know. No, that's okay. Because it's very hard to make your ego like when you go. Ideas become even closer to you than your family.
What kind of issues these kind of companies are in? Politics is also similar. Politicians follow each other. So what kind of dynamics do this control? Professional or family business.
It's a very, very good idea. But it's a strength that can also be a weakness. Because you may not be able to get the best talent to join. And that is very important in your business. And you cannot get the best talent. And every industry is so bad. In some cases, loyalty is very important. In some cases, the best talent is very important. So, in business, there is no thing that's ultimate truth. Everything is circumstantial and changes with the situation. So you can't be dogmatic about people. You don't want to. So sometimes having a very tightly knit CEO office is good. Sometimes that's bad. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's bad. You got to know when it changes from good to bad. That's what every entrepreneur has to figure out, because you're shaping the whole company.
But you feel you need someone, but as a founder, a couple of you want someone, but you think may not be valued higher from like a mobile. What kind of founders have lesser share than the someone joins for 6 months.
Yeah. So you can always give them less. You can give them less as long as, it is not destroying the dynamics and morale and productivity. Sometimes you have to make a point to go. You have to do that. I don't see it very dangerous. Because every time you let a founder go, you know everything about everything in your company. And you let him go. And typically these guys will either start their own thing to compete with you, or they start joining a competitor. Because that's all they know. So chipset guy, you go to chipset. Software guy, you go to software guy. And you really go to the competition, and he knows everything about you. And all your strengths and weaknesses, and all your partnerships and relationships. And before you know it, the cost of losing that co-founder is more than, what you like to benefit. Many, everything has benefits. And repercussions to every decision.
I was just wondering, at one point, you thought that the other partners in your office offered you whatever you are both offered, you can accept it.
Just want to give my
No, the message I gave
last night, so I think I didn't get last name Salvamar, SEL.
Ultimately, what matters is the handshake.
Yes.
Yeah, but in general, like, you really cool to call.
Yeah, that sounds
Get loyal.
maybe before the
multi-year.
Oh yeah, sure. The first name, last name.
Yeah, first name, last name, and
So,
then Gmail
in
address.
a sense, like, I believe that At least for small companies, projects, is a resolution to any problem.
So this is this email address, and then this is the one which is built in switch it to if you access.
Interesting.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so you have to go very clear with your recruiting process. You have to make them sign all the documents, what we don't know, these are also, you can go to the internet to get all these documents done, agreements done. You don't have to pay anything.
Okay.
So you're going to send out these couple of things that went out today.
He will.
Yeah, you can say that, look, we, as a company, we did, this is a standard process and procedure, and we don't believe in
Hi.
doing this.
I'm
And,
telling you now, I'm receiving your emails last
Oh, okay.
Fine. His name is
Yeah, great.
hopefully,
to my email address. I registered last night. So I didn't get the link.
Registered last night?
Yes.
there's no financial motion.
And you
And,
TiESV?
Yeah.
Yeah, when a big company goes after you, they try to get you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's inside. Chhattisgarh. GAT?
Yeah.
But, they don't typically want that much time wasted either. Because it's so hard for a company to succeed anyway in the marketplace that you say that 90% of their problem competition is going to go away because the market will fail in the market. There's no customers going to buy. So typically they have to legal issues only after they know that you're on the legal terms. So they waited for Arista to actually get the right to get $500 million in the bank. And then they sue. They could have sued them a year or 2 years ago. But they were just waiting to see whether it really was going to be successful. So
You might
they
end up
waited for
missing
it
class, that's what, and you need
to get to that point. Because now it's like, if customers start dropping Arista, then basically the stock will crash and they will go down into a death spiral, which is what Cisco is hoping for. Because typically anybody who's super big monster leader in the industry, probably has a little bit of enough tools and legal horsepower and muscle. So it's I'm hoping that it will go this time and customers will abandon it. Because if customers abandon them for even one design cycle or 6 months, 9 months, the stock will crash and they'll be stuck with inventory, and they'll be stuck with this problem and that problem, and all kinds of reasons to self-destruct. So they basically use a corporate strategy to decide when to attack on the no, it's actually, Jeshu Lal is a very savvy and good CEO. So he went ahead and is tackling the right thing. The first thing you got to do is figure out, whether the top 10 or 20 customers that you have are going to stick with you. So the first thing she has to do is run to all the customers and say, we're going to take care of you, don't worry, there's no reason. So first she's going to see that her anchor business is safe. And these customers are not going to handle it. So she had taken away Microsoft first. Microsoft stuck with her. These customers stick with her. Then they give confidence to the other customers that Microsoft is taking. Why should we not use the product? Right? So it's like there's a whole counter strategy to the legal thing. And it's not fighting back. Of course you fight back legally, but legal will give you another 2-3 years. The important thing about these legal attacks is that you safeguard your business. So you have to go and convince the health customers that we are not going to affect. This is actually a weakness on part of Cisco. Because they got useless technology and they got no future product and they got no good engineers left. Why do they want to go and why they should not, you know, respond to a threat, legal threat on the system? Why do they so, you know, they were lose their own business. Yeah.
So they have been able to convince even severe guests.
So that becomes the key strategy.
These guys know that level can be attacked.
Exactly. Totally. So you can see that, you know, but then a lot of companies do something. So they cannot handle it. So it can backfire. And also can backfire.
I know, I think, but wait, you want to register or you want to? Yeah, registration.
Okay, guys, let's start. We got.
Can I put like a few announcements?
Sure, go
It's
ahead.
like the class people are interested gets over at 8:30. So just
8:30?
Yeah. And I want to put them in the dates because a lot of them don't know the
Okay.
dates. Like everyone's still up.
Yeah, let's put that.
Are we going to start again?
Hi, how are you?
Okay, we're going to start again. Please join us inside.
By that time, it's a good idea.
Okay, so let's get started again. I guess we're still waiting for some people to join us from outside. But before I go on, I just wanted to clarify a few things. Looks like there's some confusion. Then probably our website had some wrong information. This class is from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. and 6 to 7 is dinner and networking. And 7 p.m. Raj will start. He'll give you a break like this in the middle and then go on till 10 o'clock every day, every time that we have the class. And these are the dates that we have as of now. So please write them down. November 10th, November 19th, November 23rd. I think 23rd is a Monday. It used to be on 24th, it got switched to 23rd now. So please make a note of that. And then December, we have December 1st, December 8th, and December 17th. Okay? So 6 classes. I hope you got the dates and times. Yeah, sure. I'll repeat it. It's November 10th, November 19th.
No, it's there on the portal.
It's there on the portal. So if you have access to the portal, which I think a couple people didn't have, so we've just taken the email addresses down, so everybody will have access after tonight. You'll have all this information about the date and time for this class. Okay? And it does get a bit cold over here, so if you notice that.
And it's going to get colder.
And it will get colder. Please bring a warm jacket. I'm sorry about that. This is like our temporary home and we are in the process of renovating this place so that it's actually a closed environment, in which case then we can heat and cool it to an ambient temperature. Right now, it just gets too cold in winter and it gets really warm in summer. So, unfortunately. So bring a warm jacket. Yes? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? They're going to be till 10 p.m. Yeah. I think you missed that. Start at 7 p.m. and end at 10, 6 to 7 is dinner and networking. That's what I heard too, but I did see that it does say 10 o'clock on the website, but in one location on the website, she has put 8 o'clock. So I think there's some confusion. I will mention it to our website person who makes those changes and tell her to make sure she corrects that. Yeah? Okay. So remember, we're going to be here till 10, but it's going to be a lot of fun. So. And happy Diwali to all. Exactly. Very dedicated students here today.
Today? Tomorrow?
Today?
Today in India.
No, tomorrow is the
Some people are celebrating it.
So this is
People are actually celebrating. I thought I'm celebrating today.
Some of the temples also.
it's like Kali.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Amavas. Durga. Durga.
Not Durga, Kali Puja.
Kali
I don't
and
know,
Durga are the
that's
same thing.
same. Those are the same one.
Okay, what is it? Can you get
Trying to get the water.
Oh.
I think they're trying to
Heat
get.
it. Heat
Let
it.
me see if I can help them with
Yeah, help them.
maybe they ran out of
Okay.
water.
Okay.
Somebody from India is saying it's the Diwali morning and I'm in the class. Krishna is sharing happy Diwali with everyone.
Okay. Oh, good. So this comes on
Chat group, yes.
So this we're using YouTube on air, Hangout on air. It's phenomenal. It's free. 4 hours of streaming for this class, and people can get it in HD anywhere in the world. Amazing how people can make money.
Facebook is coming up.
Pictures.
So we have computers for YouTube.
Good quality video.
So it's, the portal is showing this as winter 2014. The dates are off. It's not easy to find out. And, you said to reference the portal to find out the dates of classes. Dates are off. Entrepreneurship Advanced Winter 2014. Up top.
No, that was look at that.
But it's not really apparent. Dates are. Okay. Okay. Got it.
Because I know I personally updated them.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay.
I put it in course info, guys. The dates and everything is there in course info. I think this portal was generated by EdCast a year ago. And for whatever reason, they don't give me access to changing the top date.
Okay.
For whatever reason. That is the date that they got it going.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's get going. want to focus on team culture. I'm going to start sharing this page. Okay, anyway, these slides are also on your portal, uh, you know, in the first week. Okay, so to summarize, you know, I think we pretty much talked about all the points here, which is got to find complementary skills. Um, they all have to have the same passion of changing the world or whatever it is. Uh, who becomes the CEO is an extremely important question that as a co-founder, all the founders have to agree on. And it's one of the things that you'll see is that the most important thing is creating consensus among co-founders, among the founding team. And so, it's very easy to have people, you know, um, essentially just do their thing, right? Hey, I'm in marketing and sales. Why do I want to spend the time to explain to these guys from Taiwan why I'm making all these marketing decisions and sales decisions and pricing decisions and how many samples to order and who to give the samples to? Why should I have to explain everything? And all of this is something that we have to get over. We have to realize that for a startup to work, the founders or the co-founders all have to be in consensus on all decisions, because there are all kinds of, you don't have the structure to go ahead and absorb um, decisions that are taken in silos, right? So what ends up happening is that you've got to be in a situation where everybody is always on the same page. So the approach we took at Opti, Selectica, etc., is that every Saturday we would meet at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the afternoon, in the morning, and then the meeting goes for as long as necessary. It could be a 2-hour meeting, it could be an 8-hour meeting. But any and every question that anybody has in the founding team has to be addressed and agreed, and the resolution of how we're going to handle that situation has to be agreed by everybody. So we kind of took the position that we wanted to have consensus, because we knew that if the founders did not have consensus, then the team under us would be all political and jabbering with each other, and start beginning to think that they can start creating, do the things in a silo or do it by themselves, and so we basically decided that as a founding team we would go ahead and get an agreement on everything. Sometimes it took us 1 hour or 2 hours to agree on anything. Especially things like, how many people to hire. Because there's always money is in short supply. Or how many samples to order, or which product to deliver, or what the chipset features should be. All these decisions require sometimes long discussions. So there's so many implications, like if you order 1,000 samples versus ordering 10,000 samples. Uh, so the difference between the company going broke or not broke, if the chip worked or did not work, right? So many such crucial decisions ended up taking long hours of discussion. But finally, when we decided on something, you know, it was, we all knew that everybody had bought into it. So on Monday morning, when the employees came in, they got very clear direction from in every department as to what was going to happen, or what needed to happen. And, so that kind of consensus creating among founders is incredibly important for the harmonious working of the startup. We talked about role of spouses. The spouses will face tremendous pressure in a startup situation because of the hours they're going to put in. It's simply the hours. For example, with Opti and Selectica, I used to travel like 2 months of every month. So 2 weeks of every month, half the month, or at least the first 2 years, I was on the road, selling, right? In Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, Finland, Germany, Italy, US, every city in the US, in Houston, uh, Fort Lauderdale, IBM was, or Austin at Bell was, just traveling all the time. 2 weeks, or every month I was on the road. So basically what ends up happening is that huge stress on the family whenever there is a startup. And as a consequence, you know, uh, having a situation, building up, a supportive situation inside the company, family is also very important. And we've kind of talked about all that. Okay, I think we've covered all of this co-founders and, um, even Mark Zuckerberg, we all think that Facebook is a one-man company, but it's really not. And even he is all for having more than one. Okay, I think now life starts getting complicated. When you start bringing in your first hires, right? So the first hires, it's a tough situation because these guys are probably going to be very smart people. They're going to be really, really competent in their respective skills, but they are slightly different. It's like they don't have access to all the information that the founders have got. They're not participating in every decision that is being made in the company. And essentially, they have to do what the founding team decides, right? So, and yet they are really top-notch people because you have to hire the best, especially your early hires, right? So really important for the founders to hire A players because essentially these are the guys that will hopefully be the directors and VPs and part of the executive team as we go along. And it's really important to have the humility and self-confidence for the founders to hire people who are much better than them. So even though I was VP of marketing and sales, I wanted to hire salespeople who, had a lot of experience, much more experience than I would ever have had. And even marketing people who were really good at some aspect or the other. And the same thing for engineering, where there are so many different skill sets that have to be, filled out, right? So basically, it's important to hire people who can do specific jobs better, and um, essentially, in a startup, the skills are different than a big organization skills. So in a startup, what I've found is that people who can actually be frugal and yet can make things happen, right? People who can essentially, you know, and this is all not required in a big company. You don't have to be frugal in a big company. You just have to solve the problem in the right time frame and so on. While in a startup, you've got one more parameter to work with, which is money. Knowing how to spend money efficiently and yet getting equal or better results than big companies that spend more, too much, or extra, is a very important skill set. Um, you essentially need to hire a team that really still believes, maybe with not the same passion that the co-founders do, but really you have to give them the feeling that they are as good as the co-founders. Because you're going to have to trust them with a lot of stuff, right? It's a lot of responsibility, etc. And the other thing that I found with startups compared to big companies is that you really cannot afford to hire backups and redundant people. Like in a big company, you're always hiring. If this person leaves, I want to have somebody else who can also do the job, right? You have a redundant person, especially in an industry where there's so much turnover. While in a startup, you have to really work at seeing that your important people just don't leave. And you have to basically use EQ there rather than money. You show them that that this the friendship is the reason why they're working there, right? Their personal relationship with you is the reason why they're working there. And even if it means getting less salary, less compensation, etc., but and kind of feeling that connectedness with the leaders is the reason. Anyway, so first hires are extremely important. So the first hires over time will become your executive team, or some of the executive team, not maybe the whole executive team, but many people in your first hires will become part of your executive team, and the approach that I have taken is to keep it as flat as possible. Keep the whole organization flat with as few titles as possible, and pretty much giving everybody a chance to participate in, direction, decisions, strategic and tactical decisions, and all kinds of stuff. So by doing that, a lot of hierarchical issues, political issues, silo-based management kinds of issues kind of get eliminated. The other important element is to get executives who have the ability and love to do hands-on work. See, one of the things that I found is that too many executives, especially when you bring them in from big companies, have lost the ability to do anything themselves. They can give direction, they can do management, they can do quality control, they can do planning, but they can't do it themselves. And especially with regards to you hire a salesperson, unless he's got directors and field salespeople, he can't do the selling. He can't do the pitch. He can't build a personal relationship. The VP of sales has become an ivory tower guy. I see marketing guys who cannot, create a web page, cannot write a blog, cannot do a video. You go to Microsoft, the marketing department, they can't do any of these things. But they can hire the best marketing agency to come up with a message. They can hire the best, logistics company to set up the best booths at conferences, etc. They can hire a lot of people, but they can't do anything themselves. And in a startup, you don't have the time, money, or resources to go ahead and hire anybody. So you really need executives that have actually gone up by working their way from bottom to top and who basically love the profession that they are in. They love selling. They love marketing. They love QA. Like all these departments, the head, if you get them from big companies, you'll find that none of these guys are hands-on people. So, uh, as a startup CEO, I work very hard to see and figure out whether this guy is a hands-on person or not. Whether he can really, pick up a bag and do selling or not. Whether he can actually do QA work or not. Whether he can do engineering or not. Whether he can write a piece of code or not. Even that is very hard to find among lots of VPs of engineering. They've forgotten how to write code. You know, they can plan, they can organize a team, they can do project management, but they cannot write even one line of code because they've just lost their capability of writing code or designing a chip or testing, creating a test motherboard, test board or motherboard or something. So those kinds of executives are not appropriate to hire um, in a startup. So, really the VP of sales that you hire, the VP of marketing that you hire, is somebody who can actually sell. A marketing guy who can actually create your website, write the first brochures, go ahead and set up your booth, kind of go ahead and, uh, uh, call up the press people, has his own contact database of all the of all the press people, who can call them, who can set up meetings. You want executives who have reached the top, but still love their profession so much that they, love this opportunity, because this opportunity they're going to only get for maybe 6 months or 9 months or a year. Because in 6 months or 9 months a year, the company will, if it's successful, it'll start growing so much that the VP of sales will have to get back into a normal VP of sales job, which is hiring people, training people, doing executive selling and so on. But that first 9 months or a year is critical, where the VP of sales has to pick up the bag and do the sales himself. And the reason why that is important is because you don't have a sales process at that point. You don't know what works and does not work in your selling. So you need the VP of sales to actually do it himself, figure out what works, what doesn't work, and then create that process, repeatable sales process that he has figured out, to then hire people of the right type to go ahead and train them and get them to start selling, right? So that's why executives who can do hands-on and still are good managers have the ability to go ahead and create departments, because uh, as the company grows, they will have to run a department and do management and all of that. Everything that needs to go with management, being a manager. And as the founding team, you really have to worry about point number 3, which is a lot of executives believe in loading up the department with people that they've worked with for the last 10, 20 years. Before you know it, he's hired all his buddies. Because they just go as a team. They always work as a team. They've already figured out all the relationships with each other and so on, and they just go as a team. And that's how it works. And I'm not saying it's good or bad, but what may be good for a big company when it goes into a big company So if he joins Cisco as regional manager of say Midwest, and then he brings his team of 10, 15 people from Juniper that he's worked with, it's awesome because it's going to start generating sales and take away Juniper accounts extremely rapidly and so on. So it's the right thing. But if he joins, a Silicon Valley startup and he brings in, 10 Juniper people from Midwest, you know, it's going to mean that, you might get sales in the Midwest, but what about the rest of the US or the rest of the world? So, and you don't have enough, your product is not broad enough that you can sell so much into the Midwest to take care of your entire business needs. So basically you have to kind of explain to executives that you're bringing in as to, why you are going in, why you want them to hire in a certain way, something that they may not be comfortable with. So that's point number 3. It's a very, very critical point because one of the things that, drive a lot of startups into bankruptcy is when the salespeople start hiring. The VP of sales starts hiring. It drives a lot of startups into bankruptcy. You thought we were doing fine. We had so much money in the bank. You hire one VP of sales, and before you know it, they're such good at selling, not only to their customer, but they're also good at selling inside the company. So, if you're the boss, if you're running the whole sales and marketing group as the co-founder, a VP of sales knows how to divide and conquer, which means he build up a relationship with the CEO, one of the founders, who's the CEO, and all of a sudden, you may be his boss, direct boss, as VP of marketing and sales, but you find that you have no ability to control him because every time, the VP of sales adds people, your boss already authorized it. The CEO already authorized it. Because he's so good at selling. So that's what you do in selling. You sell at multiple levels. And, they are so good that, they're convincing, they're friendly, interpersonal skills, entrepreneur CEOs get blown away. They get swept. Yes. Yes. Which one? Yeah, but I think even in engineering, we used to have a problem because, we had a Chinese VP of engineering. And he only wanted to hire Taiwanese engineers. Yeah, but the thing is that they all come with limited skills, right? And they may not have all the skills that are necessary because, there might be Israeli engineers who are really good at something, there are Indian engineers who are good with a more software bent, Typically Taiwanese engineers, are very chippy, chip oriented, semiconductor oriented, but they're not very good with using all the software design tools and things like that because they're just not comfortable with software. So a lot of them would go ahead and do things that were not very efficient. In fact, I'll tell you something very interesting that happened when I was at Selectica. So at Selectica, we had some gurus who were American, and they were the best engineers, and you give them any problem, they work night and day and solve it. And the thing is that right now, this whole internet has become such a complex environment between all the different operating systems, and tools and services and open source and this and that, and stacks and all that, that when a bug comes in, because we were writing very complex business application on the internet, this is 10 years ago, so now it's probably 10 times more complex. So if a bug comes in, and you try to solve it based on root cause analysis and do all of that, just recreate the environment that the customer is facing. It's a horrendous job, right? And it would take our guru engineer, almost 2 weeks, 3 weeks to solve the problem. And here the customer is going frantic and everybody is nervous that there's a real problem with the software and why did it stop working and how can we start. And then there was this junior engineer from India, and he was also in the meeting, and then a day after we gave the problem, he says, "Oh, I figured it out. We have to do this thing to the network stack, and we're going to do this thing, and 10 different things have to be done, and this problem will go away." He said, "How did this junior engineer, this 2 years out of college, figure it all out, right?" And the reason is that he leveraged the network, and he just posted his problem on the network, and boom, 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 the answer started. He didn't have to learn everything and figure it all out, because there are geniuses all over the network, and they're all sitting around, and all these companies at Cisco, whose routers were implicated, some Unix was implicated, some Stack was implicated, some Linux was implicated, and they all gave the answers and put it together and put. So this guy solved in 2 days. So you have to be, you have to, when you're running a startup, you have to be mindful of the fact that even a VP of engineering might get, even though you're not a say an engineering person, but you should have broad principles as to. So these are all broad principles that you have to figure out when to apply. Okay? Yeah. Well, it's a good question about, sometimes if you have a cohesive team.
Can I repeat the question?
So the question was like, if you have a specific area where a whole team can, spin out and actually go ahead and, solve the problem better than anybody, doesn't it make sense? And the answer is yes, a team like that. But I would be more scared of the legal ramifications when a whole team gets sucked out. When a whole team gets sucked out, then you worry about conspiracy. Charges of conspiracy, charges of, using insider information, charges of, some technology leaking from VMware to this new startup, right? So I would, to me, just to even safeguard against those issues, I would rather that, you go around, put in the extra work needed to kind of cherry pick somebody from Apple, somebody from VMware, somebody from here, somebody from there, and piece it all together. So you can see that, there are pros and cons. And, generally, if you are a serial entrepreneur who knows the risk factor associated with legal issues, you will not really grab a whole team because it's actually very dangerous in my opinion.
There has been some examples in this area, right? Some of the companies found new startups with their own code inside the startup's products.
Yeah. So, I'm going to give. Hello. Yeah. Yeah. So I want to introduce Sanjeev Parekh. Sanjeev is a serial entrepreneur who's actually been an entrepreneur since 2004 or something. Sold some companies, etc. So I asked him to come, and we were said, hey, why don't you just sit through this class and pitch in? So why don't you share as to what you on this particular topic?
No, I was just referring to an example. There was a chip design company actually.
Avanti?
Cadence.
Cadence and Avanti, yeah.
Cadence and Avanti, exactly. So in that case, Avanti was a startup, and so the group of people from Cadence left and joined the startup. In fact, founded, and then the founder called in a huge amount of group of people from Cadence to join them. And later on, they found out that Avanti actually had literally copy and pasted the code into their product stack. And there was a lot of legal battles around that, and I think eventually Avanti lost it.
Yeah, Avanti went under.
Exactly. So just echoing that same feedback, it's very important that how we bring in the team, or the team under any particular organization department, from in variety of different talents from the variety of different companies might actually work out much better instead of being one culture, one way of thinking only. Back to you, Raz.
Okay. So yes. What? Verghese. No poaching.
So while there are side effects like what you mentioned, I mean, it can happen anywhere, but no person can do that. So you can hire any number of people, they cannot stop.
Yeah, the answer is that yes, there is anybody can work for whoever they want. Everybody's got right to employment, and California is probably the most liberal of all states because it kind of focuses on entrepreneurship a lot and is very pro entrepreneurship. But that's not true for other states. And even here, the minute you take a whole team, what ends up happening is that you raise the chances of a lawsuit. And just the lawsuit itself is a preemptive lawsuit. And it's not for poaching. They'll say that, we have suspicion that you really stole technology. You stole information that was, and then, they start doing discovery. It means, all your code and everything keeps getting, being discovered, or you're going to keep submitting it to the lawyers, and who will go ahead and ask questions. And if they find, that your naming convention was the same between your company's code and, then they'll say, what are the chances of having the same name for the same variable if you, then they can give you a headache, endless headache. Lawyers can give you endless headache, in my opinion. And when we go to some of the futures classes, you'll see that one of my core principles is I want no lawsuits till I have enough money in the bank. Because the minute you get a lawsuit from a big company, guess who's the first one that runs? Your investors. The investors do not want the millions of dollars that they're putting into your company to be spent on lawyers who are going to, try to save you from the lawsuit. So basically, you'll see in some of the future classes, I'll give examples of how I would go and do whatever is necessary in order to avoid a lawsuit. And I personally think it's that important for a startup to avoid lawsuits. So, I would say that it's better to be cautious about lawyers. In this valley, there are probably more lawyers than engineers. Serious. I mean, this valley is full of lawyers, and they all make a good living. The legal profession does very well in high-tech Silicon Valley, and the reason is all these lawsuits. These lawsuits generate a ton of money for the legal profession, and the VCs just don't want to have their companies waste money on their lawsuits. It's a complete waste of time, money, focus, branding, marketing, everything. It's like, the minute you're sued, a lot of companies, startups essentially go down the tube. It's the kiss of death. Anyway, so moving on to the fourth point, which is clarity between founders and exec teams. So, the key thing that I found is that typically the exec team is going to be very smart. Because they are the best marketing guys, the best sales guys, the best engineering VP, the best, and yet there are these founders who say that, okay, you're the guy who, took the risk. That's why you're going to take care. You're responsible for, marketing, sales, and customer care. Even though you may not be the world's best engineer, you are in charge of engineering. So the VP of engineering reports to one of the founders. Finance, the CFO has got 30 years of experience, but he reports to one of the founders. So basically what ends up happening is that the founders essentially are not the best people in terms of the skill set, but this exec team of superstars is reporting to them. All this is fine as long as the founders have control of the company. But typically after the B round of funding, C round of funding in particular, the ownership of the stock equity essentially changes from the founders having more than 50% to the investors having more than 50%. It means they control the board. And they're saying that, look, whenever I want to ask about what's going on in the sales in the sales department, why should I ask this founder, the executive VP of sales, marketing, and customer service, the question instead of asking the VP of sales who's got 30 years of experience? This guy's got no years of experience in sales, right? Same thing for engineering, same thing for finance, same thing for QA, operations. So basically what ends up happening is that the board of directors starts looking at the founding team as an obstruction. And because, essentially the exec team is where all the super smart skills are. Because the marketing guy might be a Harvard grad, the sales guy, might have 30 years of experience at Cisco and IBM and Intel and so on. The VP of engineering may have, worked at Google and so on. So while the founding team now has 45% of the equity and is supposedly head of all these departments, but all the superstars are below that. So essentially what happens is the founding team ends up looking as obstruction to really getting the facts and really creating a super company. you know. And the relationship between the board, founders, and exec team becomes very tight by the time the C round of funding comes, right? So, so that's where a lot of maturity and planning and clear-cut discussions between the board of directors and the founders becomes important. Because if the board of directors, if they wanted to, they can get rid of all the founders at one shot. And they sometimes do that. But typically, they're finding that that's not a very good decision, because even though these guys may not be the most smartest in that specific area, they're the most passionate about the success of the company. And they know the nitty-gritty of what it takes to succeed better than even these smart Harvard guys and Stanford guys and so on. So, it's important for the board and the founders to have very honest discussions with each other, and the founders to be flexible and say that, look, take the CEO and let him become the chairman of the board, take the VP of engineering and make him the CTO, make the, move into kind of positions where you can still have a purview into what's going on in the company, but let those smart guys that you hire actually do their thing, right? Because ultimately, success for everybody, the founders and the board and the employees, is to create a big successful public company, a big successful company that can exist well. So then there's enough of a pie for everybody to enjoy. So, that's incredibly important. And then the last bullet is really the hardest thing in a startup is deciding how the money is to be spent. How much to spend on engineering, how much to spend on QA, how much to spend on manufacturing, how much to spend on marketing. How to spend the money, because cash is the most valuable asset very often in a startup. So how to spend it and dividing it up properly becomes the key thing, because the marketing guys always want to spend on marketing, the sales guys always want to spend on hiring people, and engineering, of course, wants to do the latest and greatest, next revision of the product, and so on. So some people want to do more research and try new technology and validate new stuff and buy some expensive tools. And so the demand for money is infinite, and it's limited, or money is there. So this budget division becomes very good. Okay. I think this last slide. Okay, no, I think we should do this one, which is essentially very important, which is a startup is always in a state of crisis. That's the crazy thing. There's never a time when there's peace in a startup, right? It's continuous crisis mode, and it's always under this constant threat of self-destructing. And some of the recurring crisis situations are running out of money, which happens every time you start a new round of funding. You're basically running out of money. You've got 3 months to raise money, then 2 months, then 1 month, and next week there's no money. So it happens regularly, and VCs want you to be in that situation. they'll never give you enough money to the company is successful, right? So they want you to be in a situation where you go back to them for money because that's their control point. And so it's basically running out of money, product bugs and malfunctions. You can never test enough, and the salesman is always overselling the features and capabilities of the product. And so product bug, malfunctions, key employees are always, either threatening to quit or they're getting offers from somebody or somebody's wooing them or the other. I know whole people who run HR companies whose only job is every 2 years to move all key employees from one company to the next. That's all they do. Every 2 years they move because that's when they make money. And so you get a 10% raise for the key employee, and he puts him in another company, and he pickpockets 3 months of his salary, right? So it's like, and lots of super key people essentially that's their job, that's their career, where they've built up this symbiotic relationship with an HR consultant who essentially moves them every 2 years. I don't know if you guys have seen this, right? I mean, it's this symbiotic relationship. I said, how do you manage to go from all these companies every 2 years? Because he's got this one HR guy who's just finding him jobs every, because he knows that this startup needs this person, this company needs this person, this company needs this person. They're continuously moving people around. So the key employees are always quitting or threatening to quit. Customers, you want them and you hate them. Because they are the source of all hate. If there were no customers, life would be great. But essentially, they're always threatening to sue you, drop you. They're always the competition is always attacking. So it's really a startup is continuously under a state of crisis, and the most important thing is that the founding team needs to have a process for handling them systematically. That is the key. Building up the maturity in the decision making inside the company across department heads to systematically handle these crises. Never basically saying that, never going into this, you did it, you didn't do this. It's not a personal problem. All problems are problems, for the company. So all problems have to be handled systematically, and these crises need time, objectivity, brainstorming, emotional judgment, deciding on a plan, executing, and then having self-confidence to do it again and again and again. And one day it might be an engineering problem, and it's a hiring problem, and it's a money problem, and it's a customer problem. But all these problems have to be handled with maturity, with the same process. It's actually the same process, and we'll go through it in a future class as to, okay, we received this letter from a lawyer, from the customer's lawyer, saying that, your product did not work. As a consequence, we've lost $10 million of business. So, here's your promise that you do fix all these bugs in this amount of time, and not done. So if we need you pay us the $10 million or whatever it is. So these kinds of letters come all the time. So how do you handle it, right? So essentially, we will learn the process over the next 4 or 5 classes as to how to handle these situations, so that everybody in the company, the management and the employees, handle it with maturity, because there is a process to handle all of these situations. Yeah.
Just curious, can you give a hint that particular the
No.
letter?
No, I gave you, right? So basically, like, essentially, first is you have to buy time to go ahead and understand the problem, understand the issues, have all the people come together, understand the issues, put it down on the paper. Then you should look at it objectively, between engineering, marketing, sales, legal, all, Then brainstorm, okay, we've got option A, option B, option C, option D. So there are multiple options every time. And then come to an unemotional judgment. We're going to have to stop working on the next generation product because we need these engineers to fix these bugs, which will take 6 weeks. So we're going to lose 6 weeks of the launch of our next product. Marketing is saying that, oh, but I told the press guy to be out there. And sales guy is saying, I told the customer, I told IBM that they're going to have this product. And if you delay it by 6 weeks, nobody works on it. I'm going to have to go and tell IBM that, the product is going to be delayed by, 6 weeks. And, I'm going to lose credibility. The video sales is that. So, unemotional judgment. But either way, CEO of the founding team has to make the judgment unemotional, get the buy-in of everybody that this is what we're going to do, decide on the plan, and then execute it. There's an execution that requires it. We're going to visit the customer. We're going to try and go face to face, fly to Taiwan, or fly to Japan, or fly to Paris, or fly to Houston, or wherever the customer is, instead of responding back with a legal response. You want to convert the legal issue into an interpersonal issue. So you fly there, get treated like shit, but you go ahead and, try to bring the customer back to where, they are in a listening mode, rather than just, saying it's, we are done with you, you're out of, you're never going to do business. So basically, you've got to execute that. And then, between you and the customer, you're doing a plan. So maybe it takes, you need 20 weeks. So you've got to come back, rework the system within the company. So basically, like, every crisis has to be handled with maturity. And, you've got to bring the team into it, you've got to come up with an answer, you've got to come up with the consequences of your decisions that you're going to take, etc., etc. And, as you'll see that, I'll share with you many, and a lot of the other guest speakers who are going to come are going to share, what happened to them when they were, this situation happened during marketing, this situation happened during selling, this situation happened when we were trying to raise money from VCs. So, crisis is a fact of life. And, developing the maturity in the company to handle crisis, even life-threatening crisis for the company, in a systematic way, leads to ultimate success. Okay. It's almost, 10:30? Okay. Okay, I think let's see if we can wrap up the last 4-5 slides in the next class, so that will be very entire. Okay, great, thank you. So I would say that, try to do a BMC for one of your ideas. Any idea, it doesn't matter, just come up with any idea. If you have a real company, that's awesome.
Thank you. It was great. Yeah. Thank you so much. This was such a wonderful.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I don't have that
Everything that you talked about, especially login. So I think Raj will definitely look into it.
So I already updated my email ID.
Yes.
Glad you did it. Great, Deepak. I think it's going to, anybody who started something, there should be.
A lot of partners.
Huh?
A lot of partners.
Good to see you, Raj, again.
Great.
Yeah.
Good, good, good.
The little
Yes.
Everybody is okay.
Yeah.